Sorry, I didn't get that.
activities.
I didn't get that.
Monotonous activities. Like, can you hear me?
Oh, monotonous activities. Yes, I got that.
Yes.
Yes, what
Like you
else?
said, lack of engagement. They are not engaging them, maybe they are not seeing value of what maybe they paid for.
Yes, lack of engagement. Any other? Lack of care. When a member loses a loved one and you get to know, and none of you cares to commiserate with that member, be rest assured that that member might leave that club. It's part of it, because we're in a community and we're dealing with humans, and humans have feelings, they have hearts. So if a member is bereaved, if a member is challenged, it's not in your place to solve the problem, but it's in your place to try to commiserate. Just show some care and concern, and that will go a very long way. As a club president, I've had not club president, as an area director, I've had the honors of visiting a president of one of the clubs that I was overseeing, who was bereaved. She lost her dad. Of course, it's because we're in the same space. I mean, I'm in Abuja. She is also in Abuja. So I had to create time, take up some executives, and we paid a visit to commiserate with her. This little care goes a very long way. Or you hear of a member that is admitted in the hospital for weeks, and all you do is to call and say, oh, I didn't see you at the club meeting, and the person tells you, oh, I'm admitted at the hospital, and you show no concern, no remorse. You don't convey the message to the other executives. You don't care to show up to pay a visit if the person is open to that. Then, of course, be rest assured that that member might not be retained eventually if that person takes it to heart. So these are a few tips. There are a whole lot more that we can also look into. Yes, can we get more suggestions on why members disengage? Because these are pointers to what we need to do within our clubs in order to engage or retain our members, engage and retain our members. Yes, please. There are more.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Toastmaster
All right,
Monica.
my name is Monica, yes. So I would come from the angle of very important onboarding process from the beginning. I think that club members or executives should have a seamless onboarding process so that the club members have the right mentality and have the right mindset, because this is almost like a two-way thing. We are all in it for everyone's growth. So if they do not have the right mentality from the beginning, the onboarding process is not seamless. They are not shown that, okay, this is step one, this is what you need to do. So not having clear understanding of what, Toastmasters, entails entirely would make them really lean back and probably decide to, stay completely
Excellent.
inactive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Monica. I had a personal experience. When I joined Toastmasters in the year 2019, myself and a fellow Toastmaster, I would choose not to mention his name. He's also a distinguished Toastmaster currently. When we joined, we were assigned a mentor. Our mentor at that time didn't create time for us. That's the truth. She didn't have the time to onboard us, to guide us, and he felt neglected. And someone else from a different club poached him and he left. In fact, he saw the need to leave the club and he left. So the onboarding process is very, very important. Mentor-mentee relationship, the executives should follow up to find out how the mentor-mentee relationship is going on. If it's challenging, if the mentee is not gaining from the mentor, if the mentor is not available to guide the mentee, then of course, something should be done about that, or else you might lose a member. Yes, Toastmaster Silifat.
Well done, sir. So in addition to what you just analyzed, yes, it's very, very important. It's just like a student without scheme, a student without a course outline, which is very, very key. And we need to know why activities are not, maybe we are supposed to have meeting, why the cancellation of the meeting, why are we not having the activities ongoing? Everybody should be carried along. Thank you. You have
Thank
done
you
a
very
lovely
much.
job. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, for what you shared, Toastmaster Silifat, which is very, very true. Oftentimes, executives feel because they are the executives, so they do and undo without consulting members. In some cases, I understand that there are decisions that the executives will need to take without consulting members. However, taking those decisions bearing the members' interest. But going forward, it is important to understand that the leaders of a club are not leaders if they don't have members to lead. So it is pertinent that you get the members involved. Recently, I served as general revelator in a club, and I observed that they currently have 26 members registered, but about 13 alone attended the meeting, which shows that membership engagement is low. So I advise the club leadership that they could organize a town hall meeting to engage the members and ask the members on suggestions, on ideas of what they can do to make their meetings more engaging. That way, the members will feel valued, and you'll be surprised and shocked that some of the members will have exceptional ideas that they will share with the club to make them do better. Okay, moving forward, what brings people to Toastmasters? Question. One of the common things we say is, okay, so let me just hear from you. Let me know. I don't want to put words in anyone in our mouths. So we're having a conversation or a discussion right now. So what do you think brings people to Toastmasters? One of the things that we say is public speaking, or to hone our public speaking and communication skills, but there are other reasons. So let's hear from the house.
Networking.
Yes, please. Networking. Yes. Any other?
Yes,
The prestige that seemingly Toastmasters exude when they see, probably when they post their pictures or their videos on their social media networks or handles. Some other people perceive some prestige and, would want to be in that kind of situation or position.
Yeah, thank you. The prestige. Thank you. Yes, Toastmaster Mutaka.
I think, thank you, DTM Zenim. I think the whole thing, many people come because of their test for personal development. So Toastmasters platform look attractive for that.
Okay. Personal development. Thank you, Toastmaster Ahmed Omar.
Yeah, good morning again, everybody. I personally came into Toastmaster during the COVID year. It was lack of nothing to do, and Toastmaster was just an option. But in the last 1 year, I had seen beyond what I had not actually seen in the last 4 years. I found that Toastmaster is more of a way of life. You can actually build this into your career and grow, because I took a pathway that was completely different from others. I started with innovation planning, and having gone through the length and breadth of that pathway, I found out that this was the whole of my life that I've lived for the last 10 years, but I never knew I could build on it in Toastmasters.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Omar, for your response. Yes, Toastmaster Baba, today in 10 seconds.
Okay, for me, I observed that some people actually join Toastmasters because of their curiosity to actually know. They want to know what you are doing. Yes, you may have informed them, we are this, we do this, we can make you learn this, learn that. But they may not be prepared for that, actually. But they are curious. They just want to come in and see what you do. So the club has to find a way to hold such a person. Thank you.
Thank you. Toastmaster Kana.
In few seconds, I think it's just to make a better version of themselves. that's what really brings people to Toastmasters.
Thank you, Toastmaster Kwemi. Lastly.
I think sometimes people will also join for a sense of belonging.
Okay, for a sense of belonging. So it's very important that once a member joins, we try to figure out why. Figure out the why. There are exceptional communicators that still join Toastmasters. So at that point in time, they didn't join because they want to hone their communication or leadership skills. No. We have new Toastmasters that joined that are already TEDx speakers, they're inspirational speakers, highly paid and sought after. So at that point in time, you should know that public speaking is not the end thing. So you need to figure out the why. And after finding out the why, you need to match that. Now, this is for the president and the vice president education. You need to match the member with a mentor that can help him or that can help the new member fulfill the goals of joining Toastmasters. Very, very important. I've had a situation where a member, a guest at that time, when I was vice president of education, she told me she would join our club on one condition. She said she only wants a particular Toastmaster to serve as a mentor. If the person is not available to serve as a mentor, she's not willing to join Toastmasters. And at that time, I had to confer with the leader and ask her if she has room to absorb more mentees. And she said, no, she doesn't have room space for more mentees. So I had to explain to her this peculiar situation. And based on that, she accepted this mentee to serve, or rather, she accepted to absorb this mentee as one of her mentees. Today, that same person is currently an area director. She joined and she's super committed. So we need to figure out some of these peculiar situations when onboarding members. So let's look at this chart. This is based on a Toastmasters International survey that was carried out in the year 2020. That 29.7% or 29.70% joined Toastmasters to become a more effective speaker. And then 10.56% joined to improve their presentation skills. And you can also see the percentage that joined to build confidence for public speaking, 30.70%. Then those that joined for professional goals, 6.7%. Those that joined to build social connections, 2.61%. Also have 4.22% who joined to increase their fluency. So you can see the various categories there. Those that joined to network with others, 2.4%, and all of that. So this was based on the research that was carried out by Toastmasters International in the year 2020. So it's very important. Don't just absorb a member and onboard the member feeling that he or she joined just to be a better communicator or public speaker. You need to figure out the why. And that will help the club or the vice president of education to assign the member to the appropriate mentor. Okay. Connecting benefits to goals. Now, in connecting benefit to goals, for want of time, we might not be able to engage in the breakout activity, but we can have a discussion here. In connecting benefits to goals, it's also important to check up intermittently if those members are meeting those goals, if they're getting those benefits of why they joined Toastmasters. For instance, if I'm mentoring a mentee who joined and says one of his goals is to also build his network one of the advice I give such a member, or one of the suggestions I make such a member, is that Toastmasters International has, rather in Abuja, for instance, I'm based in Abuja. In Abuja, every day there's a Toastmasters club that meets, because there are 2 divisions in Abuja. So every blessed day, on Monday, there's a club that always meets on Monday. On Tuesday, the same. On Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday. So I usually tell the person, if one of the reasons is to build your networking skills, then be deliberate about attending other club meetings. You can commit to say, I want to attend 2 club meetings every week, apart from your club meeting. That way, to help you to connect and also build your networking skills. And for those that want to grow fast within the Toastmasters community, my suggestion, for instance, is if your club meets only fortnightly, that's once in 2 weeks, that means in a whole year, you have 24 meetings. And if you're going to attend only 24 meetings within a year, then your rate of growth will be slow. So if you want to increase your rate of growth, you should attend other clubs or other club meetings, and also seek to play roles in other clubs. That way, you'll be able to speak more, you'll be able to connect more. And in Toastmasters, we say we learn by doing. So the more you speak, the better you become. If networking is one of your goals, the more club meetings you attend and intentionally network with individuals there, and then you will be able to build your network. So I have a question. So for someone that joined from the chat, which we just looked at, let's go back to the chat. For someone that joined, for a member that joined in order to increase or better his professional goals, what would be your suggestion for that person? That's a question for an individual. And then for someone that joined to improve leadership skills, what would be your suggestion for that person in order to benefit or within the Toastmasters community? I have Toastmaster Ademukana. Can you respond to any of those questions? Or Toastmaster Babatunde, if Toastmaster Ademu is not available.
Okay. Once again, good morning.
Good morning.
For my thinking, right? For anybody
Yes.
that wants to improve his or her professional goal, I would suggest to that person, just like you mentioned a few minutes ago, then you make sure that you do more of a speaking in other clubs as you do in your club. So that, because the speaking, it's about projects and it's about your professional growth in Toastmaster. So, which of speaking. Then for somebody who wants to, I think the second one is networking, right?
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
And for the second one, you attend other club meetings.
Sorry.
And
Thank
take
you.
up
Thank you
roles.
very much for the first response. I think let's allow someone to answer the second one.
Okay.
So thank you very much. Anyone in the floor that wants to respond? If you have a new member that joins your club and wants to improve his leadership skills, what would be your suggestion? How will you guide that person in order to get the benefits of that within the Toastmasters community? All right, I'll start cold calling. If I don't get response, I'll call names. Toastmaster Deborah, are you here?
Yes, some hands are up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, sharing from a personal experience and what I have discovered, I think the best option will have been to look at the pathways, Currently, I'm in innovation planning. I'm doing my level 4. And what I have just discovered, I discovered that level 4 is more of project management. And I had studied product management about 4 or 5 years ago at a time when I needed it, to run part of my business or my organization. So for somebody joining Toastmaster, it's advisable to look at what his professional skill or his business require. And we look at a particular pathway that fits for him so that he can take the model and then fit it along with his business. So it's not normally going to be like I want to speak. It's your everyday activity at work that you bring to play in Toastmasters.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Ahmed. I have Toastmaster Fred Obole. Your hands are up.
Okay, thank you so much, my DTM. 2 things I will say is, one, just like the immediate past contributor said, bringing their personal experiences to play, and also advising the speaker to, whenever you want to speak, your speeches, your call to action should also be directed towards your area of professionalism so that it will be easy to project yourself in that light. Then secondly, the person should also be ready to make the sacrifice of service, coming to the club to serve. Either you're a club officer or not, you could be in subcommittees and serve in all capacities. If you're in any committee, VP, VPM, or VPPR, serve, so that during that service, it also gives you leverage to meet a lot of people, and it also makes it easy for you to transition into becoming a club officer overall.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Fred. Very true. If you want to hone your leadership skills, Toastmaster is one of the places that you could hone those skills. And you must not be a serving executive before you serve within the Toastmasters community. No, just like Toastmaster Fred mentioned. In fact, when you serve in various capacity, help maybe, for instance, put the meeting hall in order. If you come in early, you assist the sergeant at arms. If you see a need, you fill in that gap as long as it's within your capacity. Why not? That is service alone. And that would open room for greater opportunities to serve within the Toastmasters community. Toastmaster Jennifer, I saw your hand up.
Thank you very much, DTM. Toastmaster Fred already said what I wanted to say.
Oh,
I
okay.
would suggest for the person to join a subcommittee, yes, because from there you practice the leadership skill you're actually looking out for. Now you're not just reading it like theoretically, now you're putting it into work. And just like you said, from there you can find yourself now serving officially as a club executive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Jennifer. New membership engagement strategies. Personalized welcome. Mentors, celebrations. How do you welcome a new member into your club? So let me ask Toastmaster Wilfred, how do you welcome a new member into your club? Or Toastmaster Deborah, how do you welcome a new member into your club? Or any response? How do you welcome new members into your club, please? Do you just receive the person's membership dues payment?
Yes.
And then add the person to the WhatsApp group? What do you do? I want to know, how do you welcome a new member into your club?
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
When a new member join our club, first he will be formally introduced in our WhatsApp platform for all members of our club with his profile and what he aimed to achieve by joining our club. Thereafter, club
Okay.
members will also join in welcoming him to the club.
Thank you very much. That's good. That's exceptional. It's very important to introduce the member to the club. Now, it's also good to get the person's picture. Share the picture on the WhatsApp group so that members will know, will see the face that is being introduced or that is being added to the club. Yes, Toastmaster Omar, in 10 seconds or in 20 seconds max. Toastmaster Ahmed, I beg your pardon.
Yes, having been in two different clubs, I think the first place is you get to meet the other members through an icebreaker speech where your pictures is shared and you tell them about yourself. And then the next step that follows from the second club I joined, if you have a very good mentor, you have solved a better part of that introduction.
Okay. We have, is it Toastmaster Aisha?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, DTM. Good morning, everyone here.
Good morning.
I think
In 20
they actually
seconds, please.
forgot to talk about the introduction ceremony proper. That's the induction of new members. So once you are a member, after introducing you to the club WhatsApp groups, you are formally introduced via induction ceremony. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So once that is done, please, let's not forget. Now let's look at what we have here. Pathway guidance, path selection, and support. Now that is mostly done by the vice president, I beg your pardon, by mentors. If you assign a member to an active mentor that is available, he or she can guide the person regarding path selection. In some cases, the vice president of education might also want to assist in that regard. And then inclusive culture, role participation and recognition. When a member plays a role for the first time, it should be celebrated. When a member finishes a level, it should be celebrated on the WhatsApp group and in the club with presentation of certificate. If a member finishes a path, it should also be celebrated on your social media platforms as well as the club meeting. Then you can also have surveys to understand members' interest. If a member is celebrating his birthday, you should celebrate him as well. So the vice president membership should have the birthday date of every member within the club. That way, when it is a month, if you're in the month of, for instance, you're in the month of August, before you move into the month of September, you look out for the names of those that were celebrating their birthdays within that month. Get their pictures. Once it's time, you share the pictures with the vice president public relation. And once it's the date, you share the person's picture on the WhatsApp group or social media platform, and other members will also wish him well through messages. When I was president, two of the executive took it upon themselves that every month they'll get a cake. So all the members that celebrate their birthday within that month, on the last meeting of that month, there'll be a cake to cut, pictures to take, and just a little celebration within the club every month. That way it made members to feel cared. And there are times that some members will want to volunteer and say, okay, I'd like to get a cake for this month because it's my birthday that month, because they're doing that as part of their voluntary service. And then leadership opportunities, committees. As a vice president of education, do you have a subcommittee? Question. As a vice president membership, do you have a subcommittee of members that are serving together with you? That way you're creating room for succession planning. When I was vice president education, I had 6 members in my subcommittee. At the end of my tenure as vice president education, I was elected as president of my club. And At the same time, our club was birthing a new club at that time. So all these members of the committee, of the education committee that served with me, they were all active, they were all engaged, they were all active, and they served diligently. All of them ended up becoming executive. And that was simply because I was able to engage each and every one of them. And they were also responsive. So it's very important that we have committees, because we are creating room for other people to come up and serve. And when it's time for you to be scratching your head trying to figure out who will I nominate as Vice President Education, or as Vice President Membership, or as Vice President Public Relations, that way you're also learning to lead by influencing others to do more, and you're also grooming leaders as well. So social events bonding is also a membership engagement strategies. As a club, we've had picnics. As a club, we've had outings. Sometimes even within your club meeting, you could tweak the meeting, especially when you have met your DCP goals. You can tweak the meeting and make it more fun, while still achieving your goals, your educational goals. You could have debates, you could have quiz, you could have karaoke nights. I've seen a club that have had movie nights. So you could tweak your club meetings to make it more fun with time. And it is once in a quarter. All right. Why do you think members do not renew? Question. Why do you think members do not renew?
It seems we've lost our trainer. DTM Zenim.
Yes, I think so. I can't hear
I'm
him
here,
either.
I'm here.
Oh,
The
okay.
network flung me out, but I'm back.
Okay. Please, I believe you are rounding up now, right? I think the time is fast spent.
Yes. All right. So why do you think members do not renew?
So despite as a timer, let me quickly add this because it's a pain point actually.
All right. Thank you.
So I think that the orientation we give to people before they join Toastmaster is important. We've had people who just, especially the most dangerous parties, bringing people to meet up DCPs at the dime minute. So we fill in people who might end up not knowing the value of why they joined. And if the value is not proposed enough, they will fade out after a very short time because they don't find the exact reason why they joined. So I believe that a proper orientation for somebody to know the meaning and the value of why they are joining before they join, if that is clearly stated and there is a deliberate act to ensure that person achieve that, we will not have members ghosting us when renewal comes because renewal is already here.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that response. So I would move swiftly to the next question. How do we get our past members involved in our clubs? How? So I think one of the ways is just someone mentioned it earlier on, to get them involved, mentoring, trainings, and ask them questions if you are in doubt. If you need some sort of guidance as new executives, please don't assume that you know it all. The path that you're trying to tow, other people have gone through that path. the failures that you want to engage in, other people have failed. So if you ask questions, you get the right answers. Do you have any other suggestions on how we can engage our members, our existing members, especially our long-standing members? So let's have it in mind that it is only when we engage our members, the long-standing ones, that will bring them back. For instance, do we know this lady? This beautiful lady in, I think this is burgundy color. Do you know her name?
We are not seeing your screen anymore.
Really? Oh my. So sorry about that. Let me. Just a minute, please. Can you see my screen now?
Oh, yes.
All right. So do we know this lady in burgundy color? Her name?
Yes, Madam Soya Alaya. DTM
Okay,
Soya Alaya.
yes, distinguished Toastmaster Sonia Lana. Now she is the chapter president of my club, Emerald Toastmasters Club. And Emerald Toastmasters Club is 11-year-old. It's an 11-year-old club. But she has never missed paying her membership dues. So why do you think that is the case? However, you have had other members, that have also joined and left.
It's commitment and consistency.
Okay, commitment, consistency, yes.
And also recognizing the old leaders. Their birthdays or when there's an event, they should be notified and they should be shown importance. Because when you neglect them, you don't call them except when you need them. A lot of them will be bored to attend your programs.
Thank you, Mr. Time. I see you. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Aisha, for that response.
Okay.
So, fellow Toastmasters and our guests, I believe that from the much that we have talked about, it would help us within our clubs to not just get new members, but to also retain them. But before I go, do we have questions to share? I mean, questions to ask rather. Questions to ask? So let's not forget some of the membership retention strategies. We should celebrate their milestones, contact inactive members. We can also engage our long-standing members as guest speakers where possible. So do you have any question? We have a few takeaways here. Engagement is emotional and retention is strategic. Focus on connection, progression, and recognition. Pick 2 strategies to implement this month. If members don't feel seen or valued, they leave. Very, very important. You might want to take note of this, please. Do you have any question? So in the absence of any question, a quote by Maya Angelou: people may forget what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. In our clubs as executives, we should remember to always bear this in mind. Let's ensure that we stretch ourselves to give our members memorable experiences within our club as executives, please. It will cost us, it will stretch us, but at the end of the day, it will make you better and it will also make the club better. Thank you very much for your time. I think at this point, I'll be handing over to the Zoom master. Toastmaster Umar.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, our dear leader, distinguished Toastmaster Jenny. Please, let's give him a resounding warm round of virtual applause, please. Keep them coming, please. Let's appreciate him for the wonderful job done. Thank you very much for that. Okay, there's a comment on the chat box requesting for the slides. Please kindly avail us with the slides so we share with all members. Maybe you can drop it on the chat box,
Yes,
distinguished Toastmaster Zen.
All right. No
Thank you very much. Yes, your session has indeed been very engaging and enlightening. You have indeed given us a wake-up call from how to treat our members to how to take care of them. And you moved on to share strategies on how to engage our members, which in turn will translate to the membership retention. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. And I believe the lack of questions simply means that the questions were already answered during the segment, which was indeed very interactive. Thank you for that. So now we'll move on to the next segment, next trainer by another distinguished Toastmaster. Our next trainer will be taking us through the club's success plan, which is indeed a vital part of Toastmasters' activities. He has over 6 years experience. With over 6 years in Toastmasters, distinguished Toastmaster Damilare currently leads the Club Excellence Committee within the Program Quality Directorate, developing initiatives that elevate club performance across clubs in West Africa. Previously, he served as Chair, Pathways Adoption Committee, helping clubs navigate the changes in the Toastmasters education system. He is a passionate advocate for club excellence. Distinguished Toastmaster Damilare has led and guided several clubs to achieve President Distinguished status, demonstrating his high focus on sustainable, high-quality performance. He is a digital strategist and the founder of Cresel Innovation. Please join me as I welcome our next trainer, Distinguished Toastmaster Damilare, who will be taking us on the second module, Club Success Plan. Over to you, my leader.
Good evening. It's morning. Good morning. Morning. Give me a second to put on my video. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Good to see you. And thank you very much, the last facilitator. Thank you very much for that beautiful session. So I'll be speaking on the club's success plan. I don't know, you must have been seeing the charts talking a lot about the club's success plan. And this year is actually quite important that we focus on the club's success plan, because it's now the main prerequisite to all clubs' achievements and recognitions. In the past, the club success plan was just a guide, a tool to help the clubs. But now it's not just a guide, it's also a requirement that all clubs must fulfill before they qualify for any of the distinguished programs awards. I'll share my slides now. And before I do that, I'd like to ask the question, how many, I believe there are club presidents, the VPs, as well as the other members of their team on the call. How many of you have filled this year's club success plan? And that would be the 2025-2026 club success plan. If you filled yours, can you use the chat box here to say, yes, I filled mine? I love to say that. So if you filled yours, let me see. Thank you, President Ruby. That's Ruby. Sorry, give me a second, check.
Yes.
All right, Ruby. Okay. Go pass. Thank you, Toastmaster Fred. Okay. Waiting. So I want to make this start as practical as possible. However, I want people to even feel their club success plan immediately after this call, after the training? Thank you, FIRS. Merit Toastmasters Club. Thank you, Toastmaster Ahmed. Okay, I want other people to participate. If you don't feel it, say no. Don't worry, reserve the grades till September 30 to fill it. Although we are targeting August 30, that's like in 7 days' time. Okay. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, give me a second. All right. Okay. So we've only heard from the ears, but none from the nose. So if you've not filled your club service plan, it's my goal to understand why you've not filled it and help you in and push you really, because I can't really help you like that, push you to fill your club service plans. Now, I have 3 objectives for this session. First, to recognize the advantage to good planning. Second one is to assess and revise planning documents to improve effectiveness. And the third is to develop planning documents to effectively target goals. All right, so you've already answered my first question, which is the icebreaker. How many of you have worked on your 2025-2026 club service plan? Okay, so I'm going to do something. For those that responded with a yes, like I said, as a club service plan is a prerequisite, but before it became prerequisite, it has always been there for a long time. It was a guide for all clubs to plan their vision for the next Toastmasters year. Now, I'd like to learn from those who have filled their club service plan. What did you discover? What new discoveries did you find? What did you find when you were answering those questions? You know, when it comes to the administration, the education goals, membership goals of the club. What new discovery did you discover, or did you find rather? And would you like to share any of those things with us? Okay, I'd like to call some names. Let me
Hello?
look at it. All right. Thank you, Toastmaster Mutaka. So when you're filling your club service plan for your club, tell us your name, your role, your club, and what you discovered when you're filling the club service plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ramilere. My name is Mutaka Vishu, the president of Ruby Toastmasters Club. We actually filled the form together with my executives. And what we discovered is like a whole guide, a commitment, what we intend to do in our mandate, from the members that will give us the educational goals, those that we identified that will help us achieve our DCP goals, to how the leadership will also manage itself in terms of how can we motivate our team members to be able to help in achieving that, as well as areas around how do we also motivate our members, how do we manage our members. It also includes how decision is made in the club. So at the end, I really feel like it is really a kind of compendium that really guides the leadership in terms of its administration, membership, as well as educational goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. You became like the roadmap as well as the compass for the club, for your own club, and thank you very much for that. And now that you feel it, you can actually tell other club presidents as well as the other clubs that they need to fill the club service plan. Now, I'd like to hear from Toastmaster Ahmed Omar, that is Merit. I know you're the vice president membership. So even though you're not the president, what did you gain? What new insight did you gain? Especially considering the fact that you are responsible for the membership growth of your own club. That is merit. So I'd like to get some insight from you. When you were filling the club success plan, what did you discover?
Yeah, basically looking at what you already put on the screen, I think this is where what it's there on the dashboard, and I have taken time to look at all of these. And in my current pathway, which is innovation planning, and in my level 3, I have to work on a project plan that has to do with growing the club membership. And I came up with quite a number of things like how we'll receive new members and have to assign them to mentors, and how we'll have special event where we actually target elevate your speech, where these are going to be special programs, and also the use of social media to be able to amplify everything we do in the club. These are some of the strategies we have put in place, and also looking at how to retain our members, because these are basically most of the things that are highlighted there on that dashboard.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, next, before I finally complete that, I'd like to ask Toastmaster Fred. Toastmaster Fred.
Okay, thank you so much, DTM Damilare. For me, the club success plan, it's a template, more like you're starting your year. So you're setting the goals of what you intend to achieve and putting the commitment to delivering them. And like Toastmaster Mutka said earlier, we had a meeting with the executives and feeling it, but there are some aspects that I really love. Aside the educational goal, there were some certain questions they asked about strategies on how to achieve each of those goals. And some of those strategies are basically designed to hold you accountable for your entire Toastmasters year. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. And my contribution.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'd like to ask a question now. One thing we do in Toastmasters a lot is that we like to, sometimes when the goal becomes the goal, sometimes we lose the essence of it. So for instance, when we focus so much on, we've heard about clubs where the members felt like the club executives were not paying attention to them because they felt like they were pushing them to achieve the club's specific goals instead of their own membership goals. Now, when someone comes to Toastmasters, they have their own goals. Now, so I'd like to ask you a question before I go deep into the DCP, into the club success plan and why we need to get it and everything. I don't want to lose the essence, the disconnect between the club success plan, what is it actually meant to be, which is the charts, which is meant to be the map and everything, and the prerequisites for you to achieving your distinguished club programs, goals, and all. So what brings people to Toastmasters? What are their goals? So when someone comes to Toastmasters today as a guest, or when they join as a member, do you engage them the questions like, okay, what's brought to this organization? What has brought you to this club? So I'd like to hear from you. When you talk to your members, what did they say brought them to Toastmasters? And you might even give yourself as an example, make yourself as an example. What brought you to Toastmasters and what are your goals? Okay, let me call Toastmaster Grace Sule. So I'm really interacting with those who've chatted, who put the charts in the chat box there. But I'd like more people to interact, more people to put their information there. Okay, even those that said no, I can see Toastmaster. Okay, I also like to engage with you at some point. So I'd like to talk to Toastmaster Grace Sule.
Yeah, good afternoon or good morning, rather. Yes, speaking from experience, we'd like to emphasize that Toastmasters is for personal growth when we're speaking to our members. Then within us as an exco, that is when we lay emphasis on the DCP, because obviously there's a level of understanding. So yes, based on my experience as well, there was a time when I was a club executive as well, but it seemed like the pressure was coming from high up that, oh, meet DCP goals. And I know that we had to ask, the higher ups interested in our growth as members or just the club meeting its DCP goals. So coming from that experience, so that is what we infuse in our interactions with the members. We don't really emphasize on DCP goals when interacting with the regular members. We're more on self-growth. We emphasize more of the self-growth. But as executives within ourselves, we always try to remind ourselves as to our DCP goals. So that has been our strategy.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so I've asked, have you filled your club service plan? Some said yes, some said no. Now I'd like to now ask a follow-up question. How many, for those who have not filled the club service plan, have you even checked the club service plan on the dashboard? Do you know now it's on the dashboard? So prior to now, it was for the documents that you download, PDF documents that you now print out, then gather your club executives together, then you work together, you do the whole exercise together. But right now, it's something that you can access on the Toastmasters dashboard. So have you, if you've not completed the filling of the club service plan, have you even accessed it? Now this is July, August. So this is like we're coming towards the end of the second month into the mandate. So have you even checked the club service plan? So you've checked it. Let me see your hand up. Or just put something in the chat box. If you checked the club service plan. Okay. 1 second. All right, any response? Thank you. Thank you, Ditemri Joseph. We fill the club service plan. Aisha, thank you very much, Aisha. And okay. Okay, so let me rephrase the question then. Is there anyone on the call who doesn't even know how the club service plan looks like? Is anyone on the call who doesn't know how the club service plan looks like?
I don't know, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Who's that?
Deborah, sir.
Okay. So are you what's your office, your title?
I'm a shadow treasurer.
Okay, shadow treasurer. Okay, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to share a link. So it is like a club service plan workbook. I'm going to put it on the chat box right now. All right, so I'd like you to just go through that. Why are you going through that? I don't know. That's Slifat Giwa, new member. Slifat Giwa, are you a club ESCO? Are you a club executive? Toastmaster Rana, your hand is up. Do you want something?
Yes, I just wanted to say something. Sorry, it might seem like taking us just a few steps back, but there's something I just thought. I wanted to wait till the end, but let me just quickly say it because of what one of our Toastmasters said. The way I see it, DCP goals and member goals, they are not necessarily at variance. You
Absolutely.
understand? A club that is focused on DCP goals will also ensure membership growth. And this is how it is. If you look at the DCP goals, educational goals for level ones, right? That means that in order for you to meet that 4 level ones, it means that members have completed, I don't know how many speeches. How many speeches in each level 1 now? Maybe like 4 or 5. That means the members have completed about 20 speeches. That's growth. Okay? Educational, it's mutually beneficial. So let's not look at it as if, oh, DCP, DCP, DCP. It's at the end of the day, it's the messaging that matters. It's how we communicate this, but they're not necessarily at variance. I just thought I should put that out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Okay. All right. Were you able to access the document? So we're able to access the document. So I'm going to ask a question to the Zoom master. Is it going to be the breakout session or everything is merged into the same session?
Okay, no provision for that. Everything is merged there.
All right, so I'm going to merge everything into session. Thank you very much. Okay. So we have to access the link. We have to access the link just to see like an overview what some of the questions might be answered.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Toastmaster Ahmed. Okay, I noticed that, you know, it's those that have filled the club service plans that are also checking it to be more proactive and everything. So one thing I'd just like to say is that it's not too late right now. Tomorrow may be too late, but right now it's not too late for you to check out the club service plan and start filling it right now. Start filling because it provides the guide and the roadmap for your own club, for your club, right? For your club. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what I have, the slide I have here is, it says why CSP matters. So the CSP is a club service plan, and you must have seen the charts where my committee has been sharing the progress charts of the adoption, the submission of the club service plans across the districts, across the divisions in the districts. And our goal is to have 100% club service plan. So it's not something that is an idealistic goal. No, it's something that is essential. It's something we need to achieve because any club that does not submit their club service plan, any club that doesn't submit their club service plan by 30th of September will not qualify for any DCP award, right? Whether it's the Distinguished Award, the Select Distinguished, Present Distinguished, or the new Smedley Distinguished Award. So we need to submit the club service plan, every single person. And if there are any area director or even division directors or the divisional schools on the call, we're begging that you kind of support the clubs that they submit the club service plans, all right? Because that way, number one, they will lack the orientation, the guidance to run the club for the next 1 year, and also for them to be able to track their records and also able to get any awards at the end of the year. Now, so think it as a club's GPS, all right, the guiding system. Without it, you might be moving, you can get everything you want, but it might be in the wrong direction. I believe we've all seen that, perhaps the video maybe on YouTube or Instagram, where the race is meant to go this way and the runner faces the other direction. And the runner maybe will run it very fast. If you're running very fast in the wrong direction, then you can't get any award. In fact, you're not part of the competition. So we want everyone to participate. And you can see this like the award season, you can see awards flying here and there. For you to even participate in that, your club says plan have to be submitted. It also connects, like Renade said right now, just earlier, you can separate the DCP. DCP, you know, we're a data-driven organization, and DCP, as your Distinguished Club program, is how we track the performance of all the clubs, right, across the district, even across the organization. And so CSP helps you to connect your members' goal with the DCP. You know, the speaker, the SK, said earlier on that sometimes, you know, it feels like, you know, clubs are chasing the DCP and members feel like there's a misalignment between the members' goals and the DCP. So what connects these together is what called the CSP, that's the club success plan. Because when you see how both things together, is a win-win for everybody, right? It's a win-win for everybody. So as the ESCOs are trying to get the, the 7 discipline points, 8 discipline points, 9 discipline points, then ultimately the 10 discipline points, the members are also growing, they're enhancing their confidence, they are speaking, they're participating in contests and all. So it makes it a successful team effort. Now, this new change when it comes to the club success plan submission, the changes took effect July 1st, 2025. That is the beginning of this current mandate. So right now, everything we're discussing right now is already in effect. It's already in effect right now. It wasn't like this last year. It wasn't like this in May, in June, but now starting July 1st, or just last month, all this is now in full effect. So the club success plan is now required. So clubs must complete and submit by September 30. Now, for new clubs that just imagine are just being created, that are created right now, or maybe at some point in the Toastmasters year, you are meant to submit your club success plan within 90 days of being chartered. So if you're a newly chartered club, so within 3 months, you're meant to submit your club success plan to be eligible for any display award. Now, any club which is not relevant to you right now, but it could be relevant because clubs are betting new clubs. So any club that bets a new club, like after April 1st, next year, 2026, there will be an auto credit for the club success plan. Doesn't mean they don't have to do the club success plan. It just means that the credits they're going to get, they're going to be auto credited. They're going to be auto credited for the club success plan submission. And of course, this year we have the new top tier smelly distinguished. Again, to be eligible for that, you need to have submitted your club success plan. Now, so this is the new discipline levels at a glance. I've shared something like this at one of the after programs, and I believe we must have seen this. If not seen this, take a look at it. And I also believe the PRM must have shared it. If not, there's a copy of the PRM to share across the districts. We also see the new DCP at a glance. Now you can see that there is a commonality to everything. There's a base requirement, which is that you can see club success plan submission. So there you're trying to achieve distinguished, which I believe is the very elementary recognition. You should you should get this by the next 2, 3, 4 months. You need to submit a club success plan, whether you're going for select distinguished, resident distinguished, or ultimately the newly smedley distinguished. You need to submit a club success plan. You see? So whatever it is you want to achieve as a club, you must submit a club success plan. So the club success plan is on the dashboard, right? Is on the dashboard. Like I said, prior to now, we used to download it as a PDF document, and we used to come together as club executives, look through the documents, and use that information to guide us through the year. But now you can fill the club success plan on the dashboard. Yeah, so I'm going to ask some participants who have filled the club success plan. What was a seamless experience of filling the club success plan on the dashboard? So that's the first question. The second question is that since something that you feel online, how did you go about it? Did you bring all your ESCOs in the same room and guys fill it together? Was he on a conference call? Or did you take the responsibility on yourself and you fill it for the entire club? So I'd like to know about that. Who's going to go first? Okay, so let me call Toastmaster Amina Adamu, President BDTMC. So tell me, have you filled your club success plan on the dashboard? And how did you fill it? And was the experience seamless? Navigating the dashboard, submitting, clicking, typing. How was the experience? Okay, Toastmaster Ahmed Omai, I know you want to speak. Let me see if Toastmaster Amina, are you speaking or not? All right, please go ahead, Toastmaster Ahmed Omar.
Yeah, basically it's editable, and what we have actually done from the instruction from the president, the vice president education, who has been a member of the team in the previous administration, started, and then I had to go and edit, add to it or adjust what I felt needed to be changed.
Okay, thank you.
But this was after we had we actually had an executive meetings and we discussed quite a number of things. So we all aligned on the same page what we wanted to do as a new executive, and then we went ahead to fill it, and then we make edited and corrections.
Okay, so if I got it right, what you said is you came together, you agreed on the vision and what you want to do, then everyone went to fill the club service plan, then you know edited it afterwards. Was that the process?
No, we had an executive meeting based on information we had already read concerning each member's role as an executive member. And then we came to the ESCO meeting and presented a plan for each other, each portfolio, and then we agreed, and then we went online and then filled and then edited, and then, because what we're told that you can keep adjusting, you can keep making changes to it.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your approach. Who would share this? I can see President's Command. That's Emmy Eliaza. Toastmaster Emmy Eliaza. Are you on the call? Toastmaster Emmy Eliaza. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, have you filled your club service plan? And
Yes, we have.
Okay. So how did you go about filling the club service plan on the dashboard?
Okay, we actually had to meet physically, so we didn't fill it on the dashboard. We filled it physically and then uploaded it on the dashboard. So we were able to have a session together, and what actually helped me was a strategy session we had at the area level, where we participated in filling the area success plan. So we adopted the same model with the help of past president and the area director as well. So we're able to do that even before the end of July.
Okay.
Thank you
very much. Thank you. Okay. Now, let me share something so I can share my screen. Okay, so I find a workaround that. That's another question. Okay. Now, so we shared the process that you used in filling the club service plan. I know it's a new experience but most schools are actually new schools, and this is also a new process. And I know this is a new experience entirely for most executives. So were there any challenges you faced when you were filling the club service plan? Were there any challenges? Okay, so I've been hearing a lot from the same group of people. So let me look into the audience random and call Toastmaster. So that's the Vice President Education, Toastmaster Ajakai, Command Toastmasters Club. As the Vice President Education. Even as the Vice President Education, were there any challenges you faced when you're filling the club service plan on the dashboard? Then followed by Toastmaster Aisha. I can see your hand is up. All right, please go ahead, Toastmaster Aisha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, DTM Damilare.
Thank you.
Actually, we didn't have a lot of hitches. I'm the vice president membership of Ruby Toastmasters Club. Is a new club, and we are all acquainted by the expectations of filling the DCP goals. So we used we did not fill it online. We fill it on paper and later key in the details with all the ESCO members, and our IPP also helped in guiding us right. So the filling of the forms was seamless. It wasn't difficult, and we all know the strategies, the goals, and the expectations of all our roles as members and also as ESCO members. In order to get the DCP goals, we have to encourage all the members to keep speaking, to keep building themselves, because as you build your members, to achieve the DCP goals will as well be very easy. That's what we did in Ruby Toastmasters Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Aisha, for that. Thank you. Thank you. Now, when you set the plan, you need to revise the plan. Toastmaster Adam, you want to say something? Toastmaster Adam, okay, you understand the thing. Just to confirm though, the timer, how many minutes do I have left? Okay. Now, so when you create a plan, you need to refine the plan. It's usually the strategy that is set in stone, but with the plan, there has to be a working document. So for instance, you've identified a certain club
My
members
DTM, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have 13 minutes left.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Now, so when you have a plan, it has to be a working plan, and that is called a live document. And I believe that's why it's even at the table. But once you have a plan, you still have to revise the plan. And that's why you have this structure in Toastmasters. We have the area director, we have the division director and all. And it's expected. It's expected that you work with, let's say, the area director to ensure that you revise your club service plan. Usually the area director has experience managing clubs. Now, I want to ask, as anyone, any club president or ESCOs, I'll engage with your area directors in revising your club service plan. If you haven't, it's fine, but I'd just like to know. Toastmaster Ned, I'd like to hear from you. Ned. Let's just pop on my screen. Ned Omen Kuku. I'd like to hear from you, Toastmaster Ned Omen Kuku. Okay, so he's not speaking. So who's going to respond to that? So have you engaged with your area director in refining, in just going through your club service plan? I'm having other issues. Can you hear me? Okay, Ned's having other issues. Okay, that's him. And who's going to respond to that? So I'm going to call Toastmaster. Okay, I have to know that you filled your club service plan first. So if you fill the club service plan, did you engage with the area director just to revise the club service plan at some point? So I'll take that as a no for all. Okay, so at some point you have to engage with the area director just to.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, my DTM.
Yes.
It's Toastmaster Eliza Emmy.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so command. So we actually had there was a time we had to consult our area director, especially before we submitted, and she drew my attention to some details. So we worked with her at the end of filling the club success plan before we submitted.
Okay. Thank you. So that's a beautiful practice, right? It's always good to do that. So I'm showing something on the screen right now. So this is how we get the reports on the submission of the club size plan. and it's available to everyone, anyone actually. You don't even have to be a Toastmaster for you to access this. So it's only available. Now you have to check. So for instance, if you have to check as maybe you submitted, you thought you submitted, but it's not showing. If it's not showing you, then you've not submitted your club service plan. So let me check. So let's say your club is, let me say Unity Toastmasters Club, right? Unity. I'm saying Unity. So Unity submitted their club service plan on the 9th of August, right? So you can always check. Okay, how do I find that? So this is a link. Let me put a link on the chat here. Thank you, the team Zalia. Thank you. Thanks for your support. And so always check. So just check every now and then. It's our goal really, because as you can see, let me just show the whole win-win thing, right? Okay, who's putting that mark on my screen? So the whole win-win thing. The district is trying to get it to some of the club service plan. When you submit the club service plan, it gives direction for you to manage and lead the club. And when you do that, it gives the club members an enabling environment for them to learn and grow. And when you do that, it's boosts membership because they're able to the word of mouth, to tell other people. See, everything just a win-win, and that's the whole, I believe, the whole concept really of Toastmasters International. So check this, and if your club has not submitted your club service plan, then you have to ask, well, why are we not submitted? What's happening? So if you're the vice president education or the vice president membership, reach out to your president, reach out. You're even like someone said, the shadow treasurer, reach out to your club excuse and say, what's happening right now? We need to submit a club service plan. Otherwise, then there's no word for us. There's no direction for us. So let's do that. So I'll put the link on the chat box there. So this is where we source our data from, and it's up to date. It's updated every single day. It's called a daily report. Okay. Oh, is that a green card? Okay, thank you for that. Now, so for those who have filled their club service plan, now there are segments, segments to the club service plan. You have the membership segments, you have the club administration, you have the education, amongst others. So which aspects of so it's my go-to, the one thing I'm trying to do in this session is to evangelize the submission of the club service plan. That's my goal. So which part of the club service plan, when you were filling it, did you find more engaging, more fulfilling? They had to be creative. They had to like, okay, this is what we need to do. This is what we can. So which part of the submission process or the filling out process did you find quite engaging? I'd like to hear from you. So a lot of people on this call have not spoken, so I'm just going to speak randomly so I can have like a robust and dynamic response from the audience. I'd like to find a club president. Okay, I don't know if you're a club president or not. I would like to call Toastmaster Itolua Mustafa.
Good morning.
Okay.
Apologies, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, the audio is quite low. If you can bump it up a little, I would appreciate it. I said, so are you club president? What is your role? What's your title? So are you club president, vice president, membership, education?
Okay, so no, I'm not a club president, but I believe our club president is here. I'm the PRO for the division, but I'm not a club president.
Okay, so that means you didn't participate in the club service plan process because you're not a club executive. Okay. All right, thank you. You can see the cards are coming up. So I'm to rush through my presentation. Now, so the process and timeline, like I said, the typical Toastmasters year is from July 1st to June 30th. Now, again, drum it again. But now you're getting tired of it. The club service plan is meant to be submitted by the 30th, or not before 30th of September, but ideally you want to. Let me say something, right? My session is meant to start like later, right? And I was called early to come and speak. So it means that sometimes you don't just focus on the, there's a quote that says, if you arrive on time, you are late, something like that. So which means that if you're targeting September 30th for you to submit your club service plans, you're waiting till September 29th. So you can now that night, when we're in school, we used to do that all night reading, all the night stuff, right? So they can now fill the club service plan over the night. I think you will get it wrong because number one, you won't feel the right thing because you're just rushing through. Like I said, this is meant to be a guiding document for the club. And the more and one thing about Toastmaster is that you can see that the old leadership communication training is not where you get to be in a class and someone teaching. So sessions like this, training programs like this are very rare. We don't do this every day, right? The next one's probably next year, beginning of next year. But the real training really is in participating in that self-paced program where you participate, where you exert yourself, right? And follow through the programs and all. I can assure you that when you go through the club service plan, give yourself the right window, the right period, the right time frame to fill out the club service plan and submit the club service plan. You get new insights that no one else would have given to you, because you have to dig deep. You have to collaborate with the clubbers, because you have to ask questions. You have to go online, research, right? Everyone would call it research. I also research when I was coming for this training. You have to do all those things. And you come out with new insights, and you make more informed decisions as regards the running of the club, whether you're the club president, the club vice president membership, vice president education, whatever it is you're doing in the club. So, and I shared the link on the chat right now. You can use that link to monitor the daily reports. And aside from the club service plan, there are also other things you can monitor. You can also monitor the education awards and all, even though you have the dashboard on the Toastmasters dashboard on your the ESCO login page on your website. So, but you can also look at those links to measure the growth to your club as your club compares to the clubs, right? Check how the club is comparing to the clubs within the area, within the division, and of course at large within the district. So tips for success for clubs, and to start early. Now that you've got this new orientation about the importance of the completion and submission of your club service plan, I think you don't have to wait till the end of this month, let alone end of next month, for you to fill out the club service plan. Gather your schools together. You can find your next meeting, send out a message right now, say, hey guys, don't say that, as I say it. You can say, hello team, we're going to be having our club service plan review and submission at our next meeting. You can say, come early. I think that's how I did it during my time. We did it. Yeah, we did it before the meeting. That's what we did. We did it before the meeting. So you can say, come early. Yeah, we're going to do that. Or you can say, stay behind after the meeting. Then go through it. You can do a Zoom session, something like this, where you come together and rub minds together and fill out the club service plan. Is also able to demonstrate leadership. Leadership is not always when you stand behind the lectern and you give orders. No, leadership is about how you come up with vision, gather resources, organize people towards a definite goal. Of course, other things, as you can see, the club service plan helps you to understand the full-fledged of the discipline, the membership growth, the educational achievements, administration, and other things. So it opens your eyes early. It's not like when now. Okay. So opens your mind to open your eyes to other things. It helps you to see deadlines ahead of time. So when the renewals are meant to be done, you don't have to wait a week before the renewals, then I start running up and down to find people to renew their dues and all. It also helps you to see how you can plan ahead, right, towards encouraging members to participate in their educational goals. So it's a very beautiful working document that everyone needs to check, everyone needs to fill, and everyone needs to submit. And finally, like I said, there's the new smelly distinguished, which we should all aspire to get. So it is a new pinnacle when it comes to discipline for clubs. And so for you to get that, for you to get anything, you need to submit a club's plan. And as always, the club's excellence team is available to support you. Just reach out to any district officer. They will connect you with any of our team members to support you. Whether you have having technical issues when it comes to submitting a club service plan, or maybe you need clarification. Of course, you can also get all this information from your ESCOs, from your area director, your division directors. But if you want from the district, you can always reach out to us. Be here to support you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to take some questions before my session ends. So I'd like to take some questions. If you don't have any questions yet, or we're thinking of the questions to ask me, I'm going to ask what insights have you extracted from this session that you're planning to apply when it comes to the completion and submission of your club service plan. Okay, I request Mr. Uma. Okay, I'm waiting.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, my name is Toastmaster Dorothy from Millennium Club. Mine is not a question per se, but just a little comment. I kind of have some break in and out. I don't know if this recorded version will be shared so that some of us that have issues like me can go back and listen to. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good one. I believe the Zoom master will, as you can see, it's been recorded anyways. So I believe they will share. I don't know.
Yes, it will be shared. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's Mr. Umar. Now, any other question? Okay, yeah, I had the question. I said, so what insights have you gleaned from the session that you would like to apply in session? Thank you. Thank you. I love feedback anyways. Give me feedback. I love feedback. Thank you, third session. Thank you for imparting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I also believe my committee will also be organizing programs that is to ensure that there is adequate sensitization when it comes to the club service plan, as well as club excellence as a whole. Okay, so let me just call, because people like me to call them. So let me call Toastmaster Josephine Agolo. Yeah, I know you. Toastmaster Josephine, are you on the call? Okay. All right, let me call. I can see finally. Let me call you president. That's the president of Stanbic IBTC, Toastmaster Tunde. Are you on the call, Toastmaster Tunde? Next time, please, everyone, you're gonna put on your video. Until you show this on the call, those are not the call. Okay. Then okay, finally, Toastmaster Timitope Olagunju. You can see club president. Tell me the name of your club and what insights you picked from the session that you're going to apply when it comes to your club service plan.
All right, thank you so much. I'm sure you were hoping I'm also live.
Yeah, I was praying like, you have to be online, please. Yes.
I'm online. Temitope Olagunju from PSSDC Toastmasters Club. I think the call for me is, for the club success plan, is the experience everybody that comes to a club have. For members, even for intending members, what experience do they have in terms of from the very point when we start a meeting, the point that they have a good place to park. So we have to go ahead to just be the members and see things from their eyes. So at the end of the day, in terms of membership retention or membership attraction, there's something to hold on. And for us, success will be when people that come to our club as members or guests are the ones telling the story, are the ones passing the message. Another key thing for us is when people hear Toastmasters, they already know what it is. It means that everybody knows what it is. I was at a conference recently and I was introduced as a Toastmaster, and I was happy. I was actually very happy that I didn't have to explain what Toastmaster is to a lot of people. And they're like, whoa, I'm in Abuja, I want a Toastmaster. I sent someone's number that's in Abuja. Oh, I'm from Ibadan. Or I sent someone that's in Ibadan's number to them. So it means that people really want to communicate. And on a very personal note, one of the reasons why they were happy to come to me is, it's one thing for one to be introduced as a Toastmaster. It's another thing for them to feel, really, this is a Toastmaster. So we want to show whereby anybody that has come to Toastmaster as a member especially should be able to communicate properly. So that's talking to the brand. The brand now is being able to actually be a competent communicator, and that also speaks to educational goals to ensure that we are not just rolling out speeches and meetings, but for every educational goal, the objective are met. So when people go out there, they are more like brand ambassador for our club and Toastmaster in general. Thank you very much.
Very clap for that. That was good. That was quite good. Very good. Very good. And that was very good. That was very good. Thank you very much for that. I think yesterday I was at a meeting where they did the moment of truth, and one of the things the club was figuring out was they were not sure if they had the facility for, how's it called now? Is it less privileged? It's not less privileged. These are issues. Anyways, they felt they didn't have the facility for that. And of course, when you start doing things like the club service plan ahead of time, you're able to figure out, okay, do we have the facility to accommodate, let's say, even bilingual speakers? Do you have the facility to accommodate those who use wheelchairs or something like that? So it gives you an exposure to, it gives a lens, a better lens, bigger lens for you to look at a club, right? A foresight instead of you not having that like hindsight, like, oh my God, we should have done that, we should have done that. That was a very good response. And I also love the fact that you're talking about the brand thing and the brand quality and all. So thank you very much for that. I believe my time should be up now, but if not, then I love this session. I'd like to continue. Is my time up already? If not, I have other things to say. I have a lot of things to say. Now, for those who, what's the time I place? Toastmaster or the Zoom master?
Yes, we are 8 minutes behind time.
Oh, behind time. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. All right. So let me just end this question, and I want everyone to participate. Just 30 seconds. Now, for those, if you've not filled your club service plan, or maybe you've not even checked it at all, I want you to indicate on the chat box right now that this week or this weekend, this Saturday, so Sunday is a bit, so this next week, you're going to complete it with this plan. Now you've seen that it goes beyond a requirement from your area director, from your division director, from your district director for you to feel you got. Now it's something that is essential for the effective running of your club. So you begin to fill your club service plan today.
Damilare.
Yeah. My time is
I'm
up,
sorry.
right?
Yes, the time I
Okay.
said your time is over.
All right. Yeah,
Let's
so I'll
just
just
conclude
finish
very
my
quickly.
session.
And if you
Okay.
have anything, put it in the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you very much again. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the session. And thanks for the participation, for interactions. And I also learned quite a number of things from the session. And I'd like to hand over to the Zoom master, Toastmaster Umar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Damilare, for that insightful and engaging session. Thank you very much for that. Please, let's send in our virtual applause and appreciations, please. Let's appreciate our distinguished Toastmaster for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much for that. Indeed, we now understand and are fully well informed that the club success plan is not just a document, but rather a roadmap that will help clubs to guide them in order to achieve excellence. We now know that it will help us to define where we are going to, how to get there, and how to individually contribute to the success of our own clubs. Thank you very much for that presentation, sir. So we'll now move swiftly into the third training of the evening. and it will be anchored by another distinguished personality. Our next trainer is a certified etiquette and image consultant. She is a former career diplomat with vast experience in diplomatic protocol and etiquette practice at the highest level. She is a distinguished Toastmaster who joined Toastmasters in the year 2014. Wow, that was 11 years ago. She has served as area director twice, program quality director, and division director of Division E, District 94. For most of our Toastmasters journey, Sonia Alana has belonged to multiple clubs. She has a passion for training, coaching, and mentoring, and she speaks several languages, including German, French, and English language. She happily resides in Abuja, Nigeria. Please join us with a virtual applause as I welcome our third trainer, who will be taking us through quality club meetings. Distinguished Toastmaster Sonia Alana, the virtual lectern is yours, ma'am. You are muted, ma'am.
Thank you so much, our Zoom master, Toastmaster Umar. Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Yes, it has been, I was quite enthralled by Toastmaster Dami Laris. Yes, can you hear me, everybody?
Yes.
So I just share it. Okay. So please confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see, but I need to go into presentation mode. Okay, we can see.
Yes. Right, excellent. Thanks so much. So we are going right on to discuss quality club meetings.
For gas. Your body is not for gas.
My body is not for gas.
Zoom Master, could you please mute everybody?
That's fine.
Okay, man. DTM Damilare, please return the hosting right to me.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Now we are going on to quality club meetings. It all begins, of course, you know, Toastmasters, it begins with the members, and then the members are in a club. And what makes us to come back to our club meetings time and time again, it's because we find value there. That is one. And number two, we add value. And then again, we find it interesting, because anything that is not interesting, anything that is boring, we very soon get tired of it. And it behoves on us as leaders and as executive officers to ensure that our club meetings that retain the standard that we have been passed down since 1924. Not only that we retain it, but that we improve upon it, meeting after meeting. And that's exactly what we want to discuss briefly. So number one, the impact of quality meetings. What are the impact of quality meetings? What is a quality meeting? And again, how do we deliver quality meetings? We need to identify, first and foremost, identify the as part of our objectives, what a quality club meeting is. Then we identify what goes into, and then developing strategies for consistently improving on quality club meetings. So I'll just need to, trying to, just give me a second. Okay. Right, so just look at this picture here. This is from a club meeting, right? So you can see that this is a club meeting with a difference. This is a club meeting that somebody has put a lot of effort into, a lot of thought about making things different. Now, when you look at Toastmasters International as a whole, you find that in some countries, we even have what they call specialty meetings. For example, This meeting was all about cooking, obviously, because we can see people wearing aprons, we can see a toaster, we can see cooking utensils, etc., and even a plate, and somebody wearing a chef's cap. But in some countries, we actually have what you call specialty clubs. So those are clubs that are maybe especially for lawyers or for cooks or whatever, etc. But then the thing is, just as what we are seeing in this picture, just as maybe when we are preparing a meal, the ingredients of that meal determine the outcome. So what are the ingredients of that meal? What are we putting into the meeting? Time and time again. Now, I have been in Toastmasters for 11. I distinguished Toastmaster Stella, who had met somebody who had been a Toastmaster for 47 years. 47 years, and she's still a Toastmaster, attending meetings, she's still attending conferences. And so you can imagine what that means. Yeah, so what it means is that we all have responsibility as club officers or as members to ensure we put things together in such a way, we structure our meetings in such a way that they are interesting, they are educative, they're inspiring, and they're exciting. You know, what makes people come back time and time again. Now, in Toastmasters, of course, we have a format, and you find that the Toastmaster of the day, every day, will start with by saying, okay, that a Toastmasters meeting has 3 segments: the prepared speeches, the table topics, and then the evaluations. Yes, it has. But you know that we can move things around. And it actually helps us, you know, the cross-fertilization of ideas. When we go to other clubs and we see what they do, we can see that we can, you know, tweak things and move things around a bit. We can start with table topics. We can do something else. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So how do quality club meetings increase membership engagement? Of course, as I said, when you are going to a club meeting, and let's say maybe you come for a meeting, and you can actually see the president standing at the door and greeting each person as they walk in. So that's a different experience. And everybody feels valued, they feel appreciated, they feel seen. So there are so many things that we can do to make that meeting, you know, different, and to make it different and to make it interesting. And then also, how do club meetings increase member retention? And well, obviously, as I said, by number one here, you can see our former division director of Division C is giving an award to somebody. By recognitions, people have come to learn, people have come to make efforts. And when these efforts are recognized, and that's the beauty of Toastmasters, every little effort is recognized, is applauded, is celebrated. And of course, when people feel celebrated, they will feel inspired to come back. Also, there is a trend that I've noticed, especially in Nigeria, where the table topics are no longer evaluated individually by club members. And that's a shame, because when I started Toastmasters, my journey in Toastmasters, the guests were evaluated. You know, every guest got a little sheet after they spoke, you know, encouraging them and giving feedback on their performance. And that really helped. But now what I see more and more is that we just have a table topics evaluator and that person just gives feedback. But it's much nicer to have individual feedback. And I think this is something we can bring back. There's so many things that we can bring back. For example, we also used to have what we call a listening evaluator. That one has almost been phased out. And I think why it has been phased out is because we sometimes field too many speeches. We want everybody to keep speaking, keep speaking, keep speaking. So what we phase out, and I think that sometimes we lose on the quality. So it becomes rather mundane. Sometimes you'd go to a meeting and you have up to 5 speakers. It's too much. It's just too much, you know. But if you have a listening evaluator, you know, at the end of the meeting, the listening evaluator will ask a few questions about certain things that were said or done during the meeting. Number one, it also helps by engaging the members or engaging even the visitors. And then, and so everybody has a better, what should I say, has a greater involvement in the particular meeting. So there are some little things that we can also do, and then also little rewards, etc. So all those things will enhance club meetings. And how do the quality meetings encourage members and volunteer for leadership roles? Yes, when people are celebrated, as I said, especially when we celebrate people, when we recognize them, when we applaud them, we allow them, we always say in our Toastmasters promise that it's a safe place to make mistakes, that it's a positive, friendly environment, which is necessary for all members to learn and grow. And that is absolutely vital. And that is how we actually encourage members to volunteer for leadership positions. At the end of each mandate, sometimes we find that people are reluctant to take on leadership positions. Maybe they fear responsibility, maybe they don't want the extra work or the extra stress. But let me tell you, when you take on those responsibilities, that is where growth happens. And that is when you begin to appreciate Toastmasters and the opportunity to learn how to be a leader indeed. So I would say, just as number 6 of our Toastmasters promise states that we will take on, what does it say now? To become an officer when called upon to do so. Yeah, so we should actually take up the opportunity to become officers, to become leaders at every opportunity when we are called upon to do so, because it will help us and it will also encourage others. So, and there's sometimes we hear things at the end of a tenure when people say, I'm sure the president can't wait to hand over. They can't wait to, to leave that seat. We shouldn't really say that. Leadership is a privilege, right? Leadership is a privilege. Leadership is exciting. Leadership is an experience, and it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to leave a legacy, to leave your footprints in the sand of time. So it's not that we want to rush out from that post, but we want to gracefully relinquish it for another person to also share in what we have learned. And I think that is something that we should be mindful of when we, sometimes we say things, yes, they might be said in jest and so on, but we need to be careful because it makes it look as if a leadership position is unpalatable and that you just want to get out, let somebody else take the stress. No, it's an opportunity and it is a privilege to lead. For example, some clubs have come up with quotes of the week. And that will also stimulate the excitement for the next meeting. So apart from having the word of the day, what's the quote of the week? And here we see one by Zig Ziglar that says, people often say that motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing. That's why we recommend it daily. And that's just such a beautiful, beautiful quote, because it's something that we can use to encourage ourselves, to encourage members, and with quotes like this, because we say that yes, whatever it is doesn't last, but we have to continue doing it, so that what the standard is maintained. So that's another beautiful one. And here, quality meetings, we can see a well-prepared meeting venue. So that is also absolutely key, as one of the members said earlier when she gave a response. The meeting venue has to be conducive. It has to be accessible, easily accessible, and with good parking space, etc., so that the members can relax and really focus on the meeting. The other time, recently I attended a meeting, and for some reason, in the same building, just maybe, I think the next meeting room, because that building has several meeting rooms, and in the next meeting room, a church service was in progress. And there was such loud music, drums, singing, and it totally interfered with the quality of that meeting. Because anybody that now went to the lectern and had to maybe project their voice more, you had to shout over the noise, etc., and it was really interfering. So we need to really take cognizance of things like that when choosing our venues, or when we are about to have our meeting. So if such a thing occurs, we need to insist on a change because it's absolutely not good. This is an educational platform, and we need to concentrate, and we need to be able to have our meetings in a conducive atmosphere. So such things also matter. And then, of course, what is a quality meeting? A quality meeting is when everybody knows their place, and especially the leaders. I remember one of our former district directors, she's late now, distinguished Toastmaster Gania of blessed memory. She always said that, she always insisted that leaders, that is the exco or any leader in Toastmasters, that you must dress formally. You cannot dress informally to come to a meeting, because that also sets a standard. So she was very particular about dressing, and that also informed how I carried on in my own leadership, etc. So here you see a bevy of leaders behind the lectern. In fact, this is Emerald Toastmasters Club, and all the people you see here are past presidents of the club. And so you can see a consistency that everybody is nicely dressed. I remember I have been to meetings where people, that is leaders, talking of leaders now, have come in jeans and slippers and with their shirts flying. That's not how you lead from a Toastmasters perspective, because as a leader, you have to show that leadership quality. Except it's maybe a special meeting, maybe a picnic or something like that, so where such things are permissible. But otherwise, please try as much as possible to dress appropriately, because you are leading people. What does a leader do? A leader leads people. So you are leading them aright. And of course, leadership for us, Toastmasters, is an opportunity, and it's a learning laboratory. And we are taking those leadership qualities outside of Toastmasters. One of the ladies who spoke earlier, she said she was at a function or at the gathering where she was introduced as a Toastmaster. So as a Toastmaster, you should show a standard. So imagine if she were inappropriately dressed. She said that she was happy that she was recognized as a Toastmaster. So when people now look at her, so she is now, as she said, the ambassador for Toastmasters, the representatives. So if you dress shabbily, how does that reflect on the Toastmasters brand? So as leaders, let us make sure that we address formally, especially when we are at the meeting, because as our late district director said, it is a business meeting. Okay. So in review, what is a quality meeting? So what can we do? We can do a variety of things to make the meeting enjoyable, impactful, and fun. And we need to understand what a quality meeting is so that we can ensure that we work towards it and come up with successful outcomes. And of course, at the end of the day, what we want to see is smiling faces. What we want to see is people that are satisfied. What we want to hear is that every time somebody says, I have learned something. Even if it is to use the word of the day correctly. Sometimes we hear the word of the day, and sometimes it is overflogged. Sometimes it is misused or, used inappropriately. But at the end of the meeting, we have to really make sure that the quality is actually maintained, because that's the standard that was set over 100 years ago. And we are still standing on those values. We are still standing on that foundation, and we still want to keep it moving and move it forward. So it's important and imperative for us that we do just that. So delivering a quality meeting then, the number one, when we deliver quality meetings, we ensure that everybody is recognized, everybody is satisfied, everybody has learned, and then everybody is encouraged. It's encouraged every time, and they should be aspiring to leadership. They should be aspiring to leadership at the end of the day. So the categories of quality, number one is fostering a culture of excellence. So what does that mean, to foster a culture of excellence? As it has been said, that excellence is not perfection, but excellence is doing the best with what you have. Then meeting the member needs. So what is what are the needs of the members? Sometimes a member even just needs to, to be spoken to, hello, to be recognized, even if he or she is not speaking that day. Somebody, a member might just need a little encouragement, a kind word, so that the member is encouraged to overcome their fear or their maybe lack of self-esteem, and they become confident. They can become confident speakers and leaders. Conducting smooth and impactful meetings. So when it all begins with preparation before the meeting. So the leadership has to be in agreement. What kind of meeting are we going to have? Of course we have the theme and everything, but even then, what kind of meeting? Very often we see, when a meeting is about to start, some of the role players are not there, and then you see leaders rushing back and forth saying, can you be an evaluator? Can you be this? Can you be that? It would be neater if you had a backup, just in case. In case somebody's not there, just have a backup. So it is, that these kind of meetings can be smooth. And at the same time, the responsibility is on the members. Let everybody know. If you can't make it for any reason, give notice well in advance, because it will impact the meeting negatively when suddenly somebody will fall out or is no longer there. Of course, emergencies happen. It can happen, but then where there can be given enough notice, please let's do so, because it actually impacts on the quality of the meeting. Because not every time the general evaluator will be there and saying, oh, there's been a change, please cancel this, remove this name for the timer, put in this name. Oh, I wasn't told that this one wasn't coming. It doesn't sound neat. It doesn't make the meeting smooth. So conducting smooth and impactful meetings is key, and member engagement. Get as many people as possible to speak. Very often you find that people just come for meetings and it's only the people who are speaking or who have roles who speak. The rest just smile and clap and go away. And that happens, just as I said earlier, especially when you field too many speakers. Then there is no time for real interaction. And because those interactions are just as valuable as the people who are speaking. So let us share our experiences and our key concepts and recommendations. What have we experienced as regards club meetings or the quality of club meetings, whether negative or positive? This is the time I would like to hear from you. So the floor is now open for you to speak. You may unmute, introduce yourself, and then speak. Okay, we have Toastmaster Iranade who has raised her hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, DTM Sonia Lana. My name is Irade Akimbolaji, currently Area Director for Area 28. I just wanted to talk about what you said about the structure of our meetings. I was a member of Toastmasters United some years back, I think 2021. And one of the things I noticed was that they started their meetings with table topics. And for me, that was really amazing. And then I attended a few clubs based in the US, and I saw that even the way they approached evaluation was different. Sometimes they have one speech and they have different speech evaluators. So yes, I think it's something that we can also do over here to make our meetings not so monotonous. Just switch things up every now and then. Thank you very much, Meditia.
Thank you, Madam Edith Tosmasaranadi. It seems we lost our trainer. Yes, the trainer is not recovered. Please, we can go ahead and share experiences pending when she resumes. Anyone with an experience worth sharing, please go ahead and do. Oh, she's back. Okay, Toastmaster Ahmed, you can proceed.
Okay, good afternoon again, everybody. Just taking a cue from what the last speaker has just said, this question keep reoccurring. Prepared speeches and table topic which one comes first? I had different experience in another club in Cairo. They actually have prepared speeches first, and then they have prepared speeches first, then they now followed by table topics. But I've seen quite a number of clubs here in Nigeria. The reverse is the case. But also I've gone through the Toastmaster website, and it actually states that table topics comes after the prepared speeches. So what is the norm?
It seems our trainer is having a challenge with our network. Any experience worth sharing again? Any idea, maybe any idea on how to restructure our meetings in order to have it more flexible and have different varieties? As the trainer rightly mentioned, our meetings shouldn't be monotonous. For example, our new members shouldn't even have it in mind that when they go, this is the exact nature or flow of meeting. Or maybe a guest keeps coming and saying the same thing, speech, table topics, evaluation. Please, let's just take it a notch higher to just infuse that sort of variety. Okay, our trainer is back. Over to you, ma'am.
So sorry, I don't know, I was thrown out.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we stopped at your experiences, right? I heard somebody talk about Cairo briefly, and whether table topics comes first or prepared speeches. It's totally up to you. There is no hard and fast rule that prepared speeches must come first. In fact, if you go to some different countries, you find that the meetings are totally different from what we know. What happens, I find in Nigeria, is that one or two clubs have done things in a particular way, and everybody has followed that same format and taken it as the standard, which is not necessarily so. For example, I was in a club in England, and there they started with table topics, and after table topics, they had a coffee break, and everybody went and had coffee, a networking session, and then they had about 2 or 3 prepared speeches, and then the feedback, the feedback session, the evaluations took place, and it was really nice. And I noticed that most of the clubs abroad, they don't have many speakers. They don't have more than 3 speakers at the most, And then another thing I also noticed is that what they did, so for each speaker, they had a little, one of these disposable cups with the speaker's name on it. So let's say we have one speaker, Toastmaster Hassan, then Toastmaster Messi, and Toastmaster Fred. And so at the sergeant of arms at arms table, so we had those 3 cups. So for each speaker, the members would write their feedback, and at the end of the meeting, they would then drop their feedback in the respective cups, and then so at the end the speakers would then carry the cups home and would now at their leisure look at the feedback instead of a sergeant at arms going collecting the the evaluations and then distributing it to the particular speaker. So there are different ways of doing things. There are different ways of doing things, completely. And yeah, so I've seen, so many different. There's one club in the US, for example, where the president decided to stand at the door with a basket of chocolates. It's just anything at all, really. So there are different ways of. And then I remember he also said that that club president in the US. He said that they always make sure that the meetings are not the same format every single time. So by the next meeting, you have a different format entirely, something totally different. But we just tend to follow the same format, prepared speeches, table topics, and then the evaluations. So yeah, so you can really play around. You can be creative, and do all kinds of things. So yes, so do we have any other what do I call it now? Experiences that we want to share or thoughts on this? Let me put this back in. Yes, and any others? Okay, if not, we go on. So quality meetings then. So quality meetings require dedicated and focused planning to deliver value to members. Yeah, so dedicated and focused planning. So it's not really that once you have a club meeting, you just go into auto drive. That's like, as I said, same old, same old. Really, we need dedicated and focused planning. So how do we deliver this meeting in the best, way possible? So that also is something, it really goes into planning, but we just tend to leave it as it's the same, or we just take an old agenda and change the names. And I think we can do better than that. So then quality meetings, quality club meetings, which we have discussed. We discussed the impact of quality meetings of a club. And I would like for somebody to remind us what are the impacts, or is the impact of a quality meeting on a club? So what are the outcomes when we have quality meetings? So anybody please just unmute and speak. And as it has been said, the Toastmaster never passes up an opportunity to speak. So we shouldn't be coaxing you to speak. So please speak. Please unmute and speak. Toastmaster Ahmed Omar, what is the impact of a quality meeting on a club?
Yeah, sharing from my personal experience, it keeps the members coming back, because if you have the same thing all over, it becomes monotonous. It does not encourage you to show up next time.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Any other perspective? Toastmaster Virginia?
It will encourage members to invite friends while coming.
Exactly. It will encourage members to invite friends. And have you noticed that there are some members, some old members, who after some time, they don't bother coming again? And more often than not, it's because they're used to it. It's not the same thing they're doing. They're tired. They just know what's going to happen already, so they can't be bothered. And especially some people, once they attain DTM, they're gone. They're gone because they say, what is there again? So there's so many things that we can do to even encourage old members, to be creative and to keep coming back. Okay, so next thing is, what is a quality meeting? What is a quality meeting? Can somebody suggest what's a quality meeting? Yes, please unmute and speak. Yes, President of Ruby, Toastmaster Mutaka. Let's hear your view.
Yeah, thank you very much, DTM Sonye, for this exciting presentation. For me, a quality meeting is a meeting where all the role players are well prepared. We have speeches that are top-notch. The timers play their role according to the Toastmaster standards, so also the grammarian and the R counter. Evaluations are also effective feedback that will allow a member to improve. So it's a whole thing about the speeches, the role, and other role players. That is what I see as a quality meeting. And the venue for the meeting is also conducive and inclusive. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautifully said. And there's something that you said that is really, really important, and that is the quality of the role players. Very often, mentors, I'm speaking to you now, when you are fielding your mentees for the first time in roles, ensure that they are well prepared for that role. The role of the grammarian has been wishy-washy over time. I don't know whether you noticed it. There are only very few people that I see that are good grammarians, that give good feedback as grammarians. Because more often than not, what I see or what I hear is that that the grammarian will just talk about the quotes that they have, the word of the day, how many times it was used, the good usage of English language, and then that's basically it. And then maybe I like this quote, I like that quote, end of story. What about all the grammatical structures? What about were the prepositions used properly? Was there a smooth transition? Were the grammatical, what do you call them now, aspects like alliteration and, oh, I've drawn a blank, but what do you call it now? Anyway, all these grammatical terms.
Figures of speech.
Yes, the figures of speech, were they used properly? You know, there's something, rhetorical devices, that's what I was looking for. You know, did the speaker use rhetorical devices? And if so, which? You know, so that so that the people could actually learn. And very often I've noticed that people misuse them, or should I say, make mistake in their tenses when it comes to reported speech. And time and again, the grammarian allows it to fall through the cracks. The Toastmasters are here to learn. So when you're giving a reported speech and then you suddenly switch into the present continuous, attention should be drawn to that so that people will know, oh, in reported speech, you stay in the past tense. Yeah, so things like that. So it was just the other day, and I noticed it because I was in a meeting and there was a grammarian, and I was surprised that for the first time in a long while, I had a real good grammarian. You know, that could say, okay, you know, what's the adjective used in place of a noun, or when you're using this, you cannot use that. That's beautiful, you know. So we have to really look at that. And even something that we think is very mundane, like the timer. You think that what is there to timing? My dear, when it's done excellently, there's always a difference between somebody doing something well and somebody doing something excellently well. I've seen a timer that gave feedback in such a beautiful way. I mean, you just wonder. Same with the account. You can do anything, you know. So let the role players be well prepared for their roles. It makes it exciting, and it even, you know, at the end of the meeting, it makes for discussions, further interactions, and so on. So it's really nice. Thank you very much, President of Ruby Toastmasters, for that beautiful feedback. Okay, so developing quality meetings now. So how are we delivering quality meetings? What's the best way that you would think going forward now? How do we at best deliver quality meetings? So I would like maybe for at least 3 people to give me 3 points each on how to deliver quality meetings going forward.
Hi, that's Temitope again.
Yes, Temitope.
Yes, thank you. From PSSDC Toastmasters Club. And one of the strategies we once deployed, especially when we had lots of new members, actually new members that are coming in to join and play roles for the first time, we had a meeting rehearsal with meeting scripts. So we don't assume that because they've been seeing and watching the meeting several times, they know what it is about. So there were kind of a rehearsal, like a script for people to ask questions. We did that once or twice, few times, and it worked. And I think it's something we would embrace more going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Temitope. Now, you see, that is going the extra mile. That is going the extra mile. That is what is the embodiment of excellence. Having what a pre-meeting or a mock meeting, a rehearsal, you know, actually taking the time to have rehearsal so that the role players can deliver. That's beautiful. Okay, anyone else? How do we deliver quality meetings?
Yes,
there are so
it's
many in the house.
Toastmaster Badru here.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Yes, it's just
Yes,
yeah.
I can
I
hear you.
think something I heard that I picked up from the meeting. Yeah, something I picked up from the meeting so far is the preparedness of meeting participants on the D-Day itself. And my understanding so far is mentorship has a large role to play in this, and of course, synergizing with the VPE. So I think to get better meetings, perhaps the prodding of mentors working with VPEs might lead to better outcomes, because now the Toastmaster, who is an interested participant, now knows what to do and how to carry himself better at the meetings, how to deliver better, because his mentor working with the VP are able to give that guidance, and so he's groping less than otherwise. I think that might be a strategy to better meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Toastmaster Badaro. As a matter of fact, you're very right. Most mentors concern themselves mainly with the speeches. They want their mentees to speak, get the speaking slot and speak. But when it comes to the role playing as well, the mentor needs to pay attention, because I've noticed it, because it is actually noticeable. Because when I always see bad role players, I always ask them, who's the mentor? Who's that one's mentor? Because definitely there's been a gap, and gaps always show. So the mentor must work with the role player closely, and then as well with the VPE. And then the VPE must really ascertain the readiness. That okay, you're playing this role for the first time. Are you're sure of your role? You know what to say. Are you okay? Are you well prepared, etc. So we need to have that extra mile mentality, not just this pat and dry routine kind of thing. So that when every role player is ready, truly ready, you will see a difference in the meeting. Okay. So anybody else? How do we deliver quality meetings? What's another way that we can deliver quality meetings? What are other ways? There are so many ways. So many ways to deliver quality meetings. And really, our focus should be that every time we want to add, or we want to, yes, add to the quality. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, for us, most of our members are public servants. So one of the things we try to do is, when we say is for 1 hour, 30 minutes or 2 hours, by the time we spend, we're going to more than the stipulated time, they're out of the room. So if 1 or 2 people start leaving the room, others people start feeling uncomfortable. So for quality meeting, we should try not to overstretch it, even when we will know that we want to have a great time for people to talk and be engaged. We should just try and have a duration that most people are comfortable with, and we can even have it as short as possible and have a good day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Punctuality is key. One thing that will actually impact your meeting quality is when members know that you are punctual. I remember when we started Toastmasters in total, our meetings were only 1 hour, because it was during office period, 1 hour. But that 1 hour was so impactful, they were so enjoyable, they were so exciting. So you can actually have everything that you want within 1 hour. Or you can actually keep to time. So let's keep our irrelevancies and really stick to time. And for this mandate, our district director is particular about timing and keeping to time. So with that said, timer, I can't see a timer pin, so I don't even know how I'm doing for time. The timer should also please guide me. I don't know whether I'm still within time or not, because I can't really see the timer. Okay, the yellow card is up. Thank you so much. So timing is actually key in quality and the quality of any meeting. Thank you. So let's have one last contribution. How do we deliver quality meetings? We're really learning a lot this morning or afternoon now. How do we deliver quality meetings?
Can I chip in, Ma?
By all means, my leader, by all means, chip in. This is the voice of experience.
Good afternoon.
And the face of experience. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes. Most of the time when I see club flyers. I'm concerned about the theme of the day for the meeting. Most clubs that I go to, I'm always drawn by what the team is talking about. So if the team is fluffy, watery, I probably will not go there. But when it's engaging, I say, oh, I want to go and learn what they are saying there. So I will just go.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that I thought I should just drop that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Please don't go. Don't go. I want to ask you one more thing concerning that theme, because what you said is really, really true. Because sometimes when I look at the flyer, I say, look at, I'm going. I want to hear what they have to say. Now, when it comes to theme, who should determine the theme? Because I remember sometimes when I had been invited to be Toastmaster of the day, they will ask me, what theme should it be? And then sometimes I'm just given a theme and I'm asked to come. So in your opinion, sir, so who gives the theme and why?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mama. Well, I've learned from you over the years, and from what I know, and I would suggest, because I also had people say, the Toastmaster of the Day will give us, no, the VP education will have prepared teams, talking about planning for your club over a month or two or whatever. You should have prepared, okay, this month, this is what we want to talk about, we want to look at. And then you share the topic with the person that you want to choose as a TMOD. And that person goes, look at the team and then work on it and come and deliver. The Vice President Education should be doing that.
Thank you so much. You've hit the nail on the head. Because you see, that goes in, it's part of your success plan, really. Because what are you achieving? Because you see, each Toastmasters club, each Toastmasters club, they have their own character, their own identity. You heard somebody say that some people are mainly civil servants. In some, they're mainly private sector. In some, they're mainly youth. So what do you want to achieve over the year, over the Toastmaster mandate? What do you want to achieve? What's your focus? So the theme should already be prepared, and then you then choose somebody that will fit the theme of that particular meeting. Very well said. Thank you, sir. So my time is up. So to just end with a quote by Maya Angelou, of course, we all know it. It says that they may not remember what you said, they may not remember what you did, but they will remember how you made them feel. So each club meeting should be an experience. Quality meetings require us to ensure that with each meeting, we deliver an experience. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Sonia Elena. As always, whenever you speak, we learn a lot from you, from your wealth of experience that you never heard at all. You're always free to share that with us. We really appreciate that. Please, let's give her a virtual applause, please. A round of applause for our leader. Okay, ma'am, there's a question here on the chat box. Can someone get a mentor from another club in addition to his or her mentors?
Yes, I always advocate for a mentor to come from the same club as the mentee. It's easier. When you have your club meetings, your mentor will be there, etc. Except a mentor is not performing. You may wish to get a member from another club, but if it's just for the sake of experience, but I would prefer for you to stick with your mentor. Instead of having, too many cooks, they say spoil the broth. But if you have a good mentor, stick with him or her. And then, as you go on, maybe in a Toastmasters journey, you can then maybe later on have other mentors for particular things. Maybe if you're going to public speaking and into a speech contest and so on, you can get maybe a former winner, etc. But otherwise, when you want to start, stick with your mentor. If the mentor is not performing, ask your VPE to please have your mentor changed.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you once again. Thank you. It has been indeed been an insightful session. We now know that our meetings shouldn't be monotonous and predictable as such, but rather they should be filled with surprises and creativity. I'm sure our club officers will put that into practice. When next we visit club meetings, we expect to see a different structure apart from the normal one for variety's sake. Thank you very much, ma'am. So we'll now move swiftly into the next segment of the meeting. Madam Chair, from the agenda, we're meant to have a music break of 5 minutes. But I don't know, due to time, can we just proceed?
I would say yes, let's proceed. And I remember somebody mentioning that we could do without this break. And we thought that it was a good exercise to ease the brain for listening to 1, 2, 3 modules, but it's not necessary. So let's move on, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Zoom Master, for your wonderful job.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, our next trainer is another distinguished personality. He is my personal mentor, I must say. Just a minute. He is a distinguished he is a distinguished Toastmaster, a dynamic and inspirational leader with a strong passion for personal development, effective communication, and leadership excellence. He is a man of many parts. As the immediate past Division C Director, he has demonstrated strategic vision, outstanding mentorship capabilities, and a relentless drive to empower individuals and organizations through transformative communication. He is married to one wife who is a Toastmaster, and they both have a lovely daughter who is also a Toastmaster. He is a seasoned public speaker and certified coach. Distinguished Toastmaster Oludasi Joseph leverages years of experience in speech training, leadership coaching, and organizational development. 2 profound quotes created by distinguished Toastmaster Olu Joseph are, "If you are a bad follower, you cannot become a great leader." Secondly, the best way to promote your brand is to tell your own story. Fellow Toastmasters, with a resounding round of virtual applause, join me as I welcome our trainer in person of Toastmaster Oludasi Joseph, who will be taking us on leading the club to success. My DTM, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator, Chair, Education Committee. Good afternoon, and all my leaders in the house, the giant on whose shoulders
We can't hear him anymore. Dear DTM Oludasi, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I think my network is having a challenge. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. The screen, my file is not sharing, but I will just say 1 or 2 things and then I will share the file again. I'm using 2 devices. Today, this afternoon, I will just be talking about leading your club to success. Leading your club to success, what do we do? How do we lead our club to success? We have learned so many things today, and I wish we can all just stand up and do 1 or 2 exercises, but we will continue with the lecture or the training. How do we lead our club to success? As Toastmasters that have been on this journey for a while, I can see a lot of leaders, those who have been part of club executives before, and of course we have those who have been recruited newly into that space. How do we lead our club to success? So there are two words there that I want to look at: leading and club success. Leading and club success. So when we say leading, what does it really mean? Please, I would like you to type in the chat box, leading. What does it mean in one sentence? When you say you are leading, what does it mean? In your own words, guiding, okay? Toastmaster Muktaka, President Ruby, guiding. Influence, fantastic. Guiding, influence, another word or a sentence? Zoom Master, do you have these slides with you? My laptop is acting funny. I cannot open it right now. So I'm using my phone to talk right now. What does it mean? Leading the club to success.
So can you share your slides with me, please?
The laptop is frozen already. Wow. Directing. Toastmaster Sally say directing. Setting a pace, piloting. I love this. I love these definitions. Leading your club to success. Planning. What it means is that you as club officer have been put in a position of leadership. And you are now to use all these words that you have defined, piloting. You have to pilot your club. You have to plan with your club members or your executives. You have to set a pace or set standard for excellence. You have to impact knowledge and skills. You have to direct. You have to serve. Leadership is about serving. You have to influence. You have to guide. I was on the first call. I was in the first meeting with DTM Damilare talking about the club success plan. And he asked a question: how many of us have seen the club success plan form that you need to fill together as club officers? And then he gave you a link to where you can download that form. Now, when you are to lead, you are first of all to look at what is required of you as a leader. What am I supposed to do? I think the next topic that we're going to be taking from our distinguished Toastmaster Tito Joe is going to talk about the club officer's roles. Now, so you have found yourself as a leader. What are you supposed to be doing? You're supposed to serve. You're not supposed to be bossy. You're supposed to serve with your colleagues, with your team. As a club president, vice president education, vice president membership, vice president public relations, treasurer, secretary, and sergeant at times, you are in the position of serving. It is only in Toastmasters, truly, if you want to write this down, please, you are free to. It is only in Toastmasters that you see that a leader will serve. In fact, if the club president is not careful and is not, Toastmaster Mutaka can confirm this, you have to be in the club venue before every other person. And the sergeant at times, in fact, most of the time you see the club president arrive before everybody. It only happens in Toastmasters. You are the chief servant. You are the chief servant. You are the one that people want to see how you are leading them, how you are serving them, how you are impacting them. So to lead your club to success, you must show example. You must appear before everybody. I remember when I was club president, my immediate past president, club president, the distinguished Toastmaster Inyang Ati, and myself, we were struggling to be who will come to club the club venue at Discovery Mall in Wuse 2 before each other. If I'm there by 4, the next meeting we want to be there by 3:30. Where the two of us competing to make sure that we come early, even before the sergeant at times. And then guess what? I'm still doing up to today in my club. I get there early and put the chairs together because that spirit of service, that leading, not just from the back, from the front, is there. So we as club officers are to show great example, great leadership quality, great level of service as we embark on this journey. 2 months is almost gone. Today is 23rd of August, and there's so much to accomplish. There's so much to work on. Somebody was talking earlier that pushing members to accomplish DCP goals. If you look at the DCP goals, where it's embedded in the members' goals, because the members' goals are what have been tracked by Toastmasters International, that if the members are speaking, 4 members, for example, 4 members need to finish level 1. So the work of the VPE, is to identify who are those 4 members that will give them level 1. Then you begin to program those members. Level 2, you need 4 members again to give you level 2. So out of these 4, or maybe 5 or 6 members who are giving you level 1, some 1 or 2 may draw back a little bit, maybe because of traveling and all that. And you push more persons, or you influence, as it were. Somebody said influence. Yes, what was that? Toastmaster Amy Eliza said influence. You influence them to speak. And the moment they take up their role and they do their speeches, guess what? It's very easy for you to accomplish your club DCP goals. It's very, very easy. So we as leaders, you as leader, you must hone this title, this office that have been given to you, you have been elected into. You must hone it 150%. That I'm here to pilot, I'm here to plan with my team, I'm here to influence, I'm here to, somebody says, tolerate and manage. Toastmaster Ilya said, tolerate and manage. Maybe you should use another word for that, tolerate. Show empathy. Okay, maybe that's the word we should use. And manage human feelings. And somehow, emotional intelligence, you have to apply it. In fact, once you become a leader, you can't talk rashly anymore. You just have to listen to people, and then you work with them. With the fact that you have a goal or you have targets to meet, you know how to persuade people to achieve that. Sorry, I'm trying to restart my laptop so that we can look at what exactly is there for us. But don't worry, we'll go ahead. So the second question I want to ask now is, do you think you have the capacity to influence? Yes or no? As leaders, I want you to respond in the chat box. Do you think you have the capacity to influence anybody? Yes or no? Can you respond, please? Yes. President Topaz Fred Obole said yes. 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 Wizard Jemima said yes. Toastmaster Salih said yes. Yes, because as leaders, it is paramount for you to influence. Influence positively. Influence positively may underline that you must learn to influence positively, not negatively, because influence can go both negative and negative or positively. So you understand the position you have now, that as a leader, you are leading, you are influencing, you are piloting, you have that capacity. So when you hear somebody say, this person is difficult, or this person doesn't want to follow what we are saying, it's because you have not, put the gift of influence, the trait of being an influential person. You have not really applied it strongly. Or you look for a member of your team who has a stronger influence on that person. And then why am I talking? I'm giving you from experience. Even as video pass division director, there are certain persons when I talk to them, they will be dragging or something. So I locate some of their friends in my cabinet, some of the leaders or their mentors that they listen to. And then I influence that mentor to influence them. It's just like you want to talk to me now, talk to my own mentor for the past 8. All you need is a phone call from my mentor. That's all I need. I will not even say no. I will just, yes, ma'am. If I have a point, I will say, okay, this is what I'm thinking about. Then she will now explain, okay, this is how we are going. Can you just adjust yourself for the common goal of everybody? I will then say, yes. We have the capacity to influence our members and our team members, our ESCOs, to make sure that the goals of the club are met. The goals are met. We have the capacity. So as leader, remember what we are looking at this afternoon is leading your club to success. So we are leading and then we want to succeed. So how do we say we have succeeded? When you say, okay, we have succeeded, what does it mean to you? What does it mean in light of the DCP goals, which is the yardstick basically we are all looking for? Now, Toastmasters have even increased it that it can become Smedley Distinguished Club, right? An extra 25 members. You have to have 25 members to be able to qualify for that as Smedley Distinguished Club, right? Of course, you must have met your 10/10 on the DCP dashboard. You must have met that, including 25. So how do you determine, what do you say it's success to you as a club officer? I've just given you an expo now. What do you determine as success? You are leading your club to success. So what is success to you? What is success to you? Ladies and gentlemen, respond to me in the chat box. What do you mean by success as an ESCO, as a president, as a vice president of education? What is success to you? Need your responses in the chat box. What is success to you? Who is talking to me? I've just given you one expo now, okay? Guiding my club to achieve the DCP goals and members' goal for joining the club. Yes, I've already said thank you to Mutaka, President Ruby. The members' goals are embedded in the DCP goals. You can't separate them. The members' goal, the reason why they came is to become better communicators, to become better speakers, right? And in the DCP goal, it says that you need to keep speaking, complete your level 1, complete your level 2, complete your level 3. Can you see that the two work together? You cannot separate the reason why you joined Toastmasters from the DCP goal. They are embedded in it. They are embedded in the DCP goals. Your members' goals are embedded in this DCP goals. Okay? Toastmaster Sally, you said inspiring and motivating members. That would lead me to a question. When you say remember you are an influencer. You are a leader and you are influencing. You are piloting. You are leading. You are serving. How do you motivate your members? We're already 2 months into the mandate. How have you been motivating your members? Okay, one word, one sentence. I need it in the chat box. I want us to be part of it. How do we now motivate our members? Because members need to be motivated at times. Okay, yesterday I saw a flyer from a club that talked about picnic. I was so excited. I called the president. I said, So, oh, this picnic must be in the garden. Oh, I will be there. I was motivated somehow. I was motivated, right? So can we list, how do we motivate our members as leaders, as influencers? How do we motivate our members? Who is responding to me? Not the same persons, not Mutaka, not Jemima, somebody else. Some of us should respond. Should I call names? Adenike Kolawole. I can see my area directors here. Toastmaster Amos, Toastmaster Abayo Ayobami, Toastmaster Idris Akamu. How do we motivate your members? And people say, without looking at the books, how do you motivate your members?
To motivate members.
Leaders. Yes.
To motivate members, I think demonstration influences people. So the more we bring ourselves into spaces where members see us, so be it through speaking, be it through events we organize, but I think the key ingredient there will be bringing yourself alive before others. It encourages others to also participate, to bring themselves forward. I think
Fantastic.
we can bring it. Yes.
Fantastic. I owe you a bottle of palm wine. Thank you very much for this explanation.
I will take you up on it, sir, please.
You have to come to Abuja to collect it. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Showing up. Showing up. If I see a flyer, as a member, as a Toastmaster, if I see a flyer and I see the face of DTM, Sonia Alana, DTM, Titi Joe, guess what is going to happen? I say, I must be there. Because they are showing up for us. These are leaders. They are showing up. And you see the flyer is not designed anyhow. I've had a situation where I had to call the VP. I said, look, please, when you are doing flyers, don't put me in a box. Have you seen that kind of, you design flyer, then they will circle your head inside it. I said, no. Please, you have to bring that flyer down, redesign it. I want to see my body from waist up. I want to see that's the kind of image you want to have, you know? So just like the pictures you saw when I was being introduced and all the leaders or the trainers being introduced, very clean, in suit, wearing your suit with tie and your pin on your chest. I'll be motivated. I'll be motivated. Some time ago, when I was the club president, I visited one of our leaders who is on this call. And she invited me to her office. When I got to the office, and she said, she had a visitor. And as I got into her office, thank God, that day I was putting on a jacket and I was putting on my pin. I look early. She just stood up and said, Mr. President. My people will say, Orimi, woo, my head swell up. You know, and that gave an impression that made me to feel, wow, this leader, you know, has put me at that level, has helped me to rebrand myself, to make sure that every time I appear, if I'm appearing in English, I must wear a jacket. If I'm appearing in native, I must put a cap. And I've imbibed that over time. Remember the issue of being an influencer. We as leaders, we influence. Toastmaster Okoye said, by showing good example, yes, you belong to an international organization. You belong to a global organization that you cannot afford to dress anyhow. How many of us remember when the president of Ukraine went to the United States and went to meet Donald Trump, the president, and he was wearing a T-shirt? Do you know that it was an issue, became an issue, that they were even challenging, how come you come to the White House without wearing a suit? The man felt embarrassed, yes, even though he's a president from another country, but there's a way you appear. Guess what happened? The second time he appeared there, I think last week, he put on a jacket. No tie, but they put on a jacket, and that was an improvement. You know, and they commended him. So as a president, as club officers, your appearance matter too. Remember, what we are looking at is leading your club to success. You are achieving discipline goals. You are showing up at meetings. You are delivering your speeches. Those who are behind you or your mentees are watching you, the way you present yourself, your mannerism, your emotional intelligence. You keep practicing. Remember, in Toastmasters, we learn by doing. You keep doing your best. And that will make you to influence some persons you never thought they are looking or watching you. Guess what? Leaders, presidents, VPs, all of you that are club officers, your members are watching you. Your members are watching you. And by the time you want to talk to them to take up any role, they wonder, they may respond and say, no, if it is you, I'd rather not serve, because the way you have approached them, the way you have talked down on them, the way, leadership is a lot of sacrifice. You will have to smile. You have to pamper people. You have to encourage, yet you have to be firm, because if you have a goal or goals to meet, you have to be firm. You have to be direct, not authoritative, but direct, that we have goals. We discuss this together. I remember, is it the VPM of Merit Toastmasters Club early in the morning was talking about when the club officers had a meeting and they looked at the success plan, club success plan together online. They had a meeting, ESCO meeting. I always tell people, the leader, president, please always have your club ESCO meeting and share your opinion. Share, let people talk, guide them, and then work together. Whatever you decide, execute. When your leaders see you work on your plan, when they see you focus on achieving what they agreed together, guess what? They will follow you. You are leading your club to success. You are leading your club to success. You are leading your club to success. Success is hearing members talk about what they have really gained and even go all the way to tell others about Toastmasters and how it has impacted them. Seeing them live out what they have learned, not just theoretical, but practical. The impact is evident on every aspect of their lives. Your members will keep telling you that in my office, they now ask me to come and anchor a program, to anchor programs. Why? It's because people are now seeing the impact Toastmasters is having on their staff. Some of you are, like somebody said earlier, you work in the government space. Some of us are private sector. Some of us are self-employed. Yet these traits, the traits and the characteristics that we are sharing as Toastmasters, as our leaders have trained us over the years, these things will show. You cannot hide yourself in your office, because every time you tell them you are going for Toastmasters meeting, right? You are going for a Toastmasters meeting. All right. Since you say you are going to Toastmasters meeting, you must know how to speak. Oh yeah, take this topic, go and deliver it. Go and deliver this topic somewhere. And you cannot run away from it. You cannot run away from it. So success, leadership and success, they work pari passu. If you want to be a good leader and you want to succeed, then you must work with your team. Now, there is something I need to talk about, the Toastmasters hierarchy of needs. There are 5 of them. Sorry, my laptop is really, really wonderful today. I don't know, it's about the first time of having this issue, but just take as much as you can take.
Yeah, is it possible for you to send, excuse me, is it possible to send it to the Zoom master Your
That's what I'm
presentation
actually
plan?
trying to do. The internet for the laptop is not
Okay.
responding at all. It's not responding
Okay.
at all.
All
So
right.
sorry. But I can share the slide. Once I'm done with this phone, please pardon me. Technology at times behave the way we don't want. So pardon me. And guess what? I've prepared this since morning.
It is understandable. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I was talking about the Toastmasters hierarchy of needs, which we all need to be aware of. We all need to be aware of, right? You can write it down while we share. The first one is self-actualization. Second is esteem, self-esteem, social needs, safety needs, and basic needs. The first one is the need to realize the potential of the member. The member came to realize, to overcome that fear, really. So if the member sees that my fear over time, and how did they overcome? Is by participating in table topics, participating in the roles, by taking up as timer, because as a timer, you still have to come out, like DTM Stonya Lana said, you practice. It's not just coming out, you practice. It's like delivering a speech. You go to other clubs, you tell them as a leader, tell your members not just to stick to your own club, let them go to other clubs and observe how others are serving as timer, are serving as accountant. You see, people prepare for it. It's not that day you just pick the paper or you carry your phone and you're looking and reading it out. You practice it. Now that will help them become better. Now, once a member can handle timing, can handle accountant, because you are going to be called out to take those roles as grammarian, you practice it. One of the things I really love, of course, timing is good. Even on this call right now, I expect the timer to show me exactly the green card, the yellow card, and the red card, and I will stop, right? So once the members begin to understand that they are actualizing the reason why they came, you are already meeting their needs. The second thing is esteem, the need to be acknowledged. You can write it down. Members, including you, everybody loves to be acknowledged. When they take a role, thank them. I see club presidents at times, or VP, after the meeting, they will now send messages to the role players. There was a club I attended, and I took part in the table. In fact, from the beginning, I was there at the beginning, took part in table topics, everything. So when I saw the VP acknowledging everybody, I wrote it. I said, Mr. Man, I was in your club. So I want to be acknowledged too. I'm a member. I'm a Toastmaster. The need to be acknowledged. Let us learn as leaders to acknowledge our members, whether they are from your club, from other clubs. Just one sentence. Thank you for coming. You're coming to our club, added color to it. I will be so happy. You will be so happy, right? The social needs, that's another hierarchy of need. The social need, the need to relate to others. Okay, recently a club president told me they are going to have a program, a conference. I said, what conference again? Do picnic, do something that people will relate with. Let's meet together. What is the job we are doing? What is your business? What is, people will feel at home, not just club meetings. People will feel satisfied. Okay, I now know that this person works in the Ministry of Finance. I know this person works in a real estate company in case I want to buy a house or I want to buy a land. People, once your member know this, you are leading them to success, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, a safety environment, which is another need. That when people come to the club, they are not just safe physically, they are safe with words. Let me share a personal experience with you. When I joined Toastmasters, and the same year, my wife, I think a few months after she joined, and somebody was giving her evaluation and said, voice is so loud, and then criticized her. She felt she didn't feel safe at all. She disappeared for 7 years. she was not safe at all. She felt like this person is, this person wants to delete me or something. And she disappeared for 6 years to overcome that criticism. But if that person had called and said, wow, it's like your natural voice, you don't need microphone. There's a way you can say it, right? There's a way you can say it. That you don't need microphone. Even somebody at the gate can hear you. You have a lovely voice. That will probably not have caused her to disappear for 6 years. But now she's back. The voice is sweeter now, even louder, because now she's club president. So she's now talking. She doesn't need your microphone. So members must feel safe. Some of them are quiet in talking. Gradually, I know champions, Toastmaster Ronke, very quiet in the way she talks, yet, she became a champion in evaluation. And then we're loving it. So members must be safe in your club. Members must, and the last one is the most basic needs vital to survival, overcoming the fear of public speaking. This is the crux of the matter. Every one of us want to overcome the fear of public speaking. I have been, even at my level, at times I get anxiety comes at times, depending on where you are delivering it's not the club meeting again. It will be maybe an outside program or something like that. And then you feel, wow, you're overwhelmed. So all of us keep overcoming the fear of public speaking. As we continue in doing it, then we will overcome. All right, let me talk about the last thing there, delegating duties. Please, you can write it down, the 5 steps to delegation, the 5 steps of delegation. Number 1, decide what to delegate. Club president, decide what to delegate. VP education, decide what to delegate. I'm sure somehow one of the leaders must have talked about you having a committee. Even if you are the treasurer, you have a committee, 2 or 3 persons working with you. Look inwards among your members, those who are not club officers. You can co-opt them, have committees, and then decide what part of your function that you are doing. Even if you are a sergeant at times, do you know you can divide the sergeant at times task into 2? Have 1 person working with you. You can alternate your coming early, putting up, getting all the lectern and all the paraphernalia of your office, get them ready. You agree, and then you work together. Guess what is going to happen? Automatically, that person is going to take over from you. Exactly what happened to me 8 years ago. I was just a member. DTM Inyang was the VPPR, sorry. And he invited me, said, you are going to be in my committee. I said, what's that? And then we started. Guess what? Automatically, I took over from him as VPPR. That's how I was inducted into that leadership position. And then, it is history now. We have grown together. I've learned from him and all that. So you decide what to delegate. Number 2 is decide who will do the task. In your club, you know those who have what you can call gym, fire. Those who are, they want to do stuff. So you identify this in your team, and then you decide, okay, let me give this person this task. Some persons, when you give them the task, before you even say do, they have done it. But some, you have to persuade, you have to influence, you have to, like this, Lazan would say, you have to push. You have to push. Some of us say, I was pushed. No, you were not pushed, you were just influenced. You were persuaded to do what you are asked to do. There's one of those projects, Speaking to Persuade. I'm sure some of you have delivered that project, Speaking to Persuade. So we learn to do that. So as club officers, you must learn to assign responsibility and demand accountability. Please write it down. You assign responsibility and demand accountability. And while you are assigning, you must grant authority. The person must be seen to be the one that people can. If you set up a committee, maybe a fundraising committee, you let the club members know that this person is the chair of the fundraising committee. So when the person gets in touch with them, they will honor the person, they will accept. You must deliberately do that. And you must establish, like I said, establish accountability. 5 steps to delegation. 1, decide what to delegate, decide who will do the task, assign responsibility, grant authority, and what establish accountability. Okay? So the next thing I want to talk about is setting SMART goals. Okay, I know most of us, let me assume that most of us know what SMART goals means, the acronym. So I want you to type in the chat box the acronym. S, what does it mean? M, what does it mean? One word each. SMART, S-M-A-R-T. Specific, good. Specific, okay, good. Toastmaster Mutaka. Is it the only one on this call? Ladies and gentlemen, leaders, let's respond. SMART. What is the one word for SMART? Specific. M, measurable. Okay, somebody already gone to R, relevant. Okay. Realistic, actually. Attainable. Let me start all over. S means specific. M, measurable. A, attainable. R, realistic. Very, very important that it is realistic, not in the air, not building a castle in the air, no. And then timely. Yes, time bound. Yes, to Mr. Saliu, thank you very much. SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, or achievable, realistic, and time bound. You cannot build a castle in the air as leaders. It must be specific. And when you are saying specific, you must know who, what, when, where, why, and which. You must know who is doing what. When is that what to be delivered? Where will it be delivered? Why should it be delivered? You must be specific. You can't just operate in the air. Okay? Timer, please. If I'm not seeing the timer, I hope I'm not overshooting my time. Madam Chair, just whisper to me if my time is up. I'm not seeing Toastmaster Fred. Let me pause a little bit. Okay. Fred, I can see you now. Fred Ogbole. All right. Thank you very much. So it must be measurable too. The second hem. How many? For example, how many? I've attended a few clubs and I discovered that at every meeting, a guest is converted. And when you see the number of guests that come to that particular club, maybe about 5, 6, 7, out of these 5, 6, 7, 1 is converted. That means something is working for them. They are saying that at every club meeting, they must convert 1 person. So this measure, we can measure it at each club meeting. If you are having 2 meetings in a month, that means you are going to have 2 guests converted as members. And how can you do that if you don't bring guests? If your members don't bring guests? The live wire of Toastmasters is recruitment, as it were. Those of us who are in marketing, yes, we must be deliberate about it. We must be intentional. For example, you can say, okay, all club officers, let us agree that each of us will bring, even if it's on the Toastmasters promise, bring guests, not invite to, bring them. Bring means bring them. Do you understand? Bring them to your club meetings, and then you have 5 or 4 and you're able to convert them. Guess what? When there's a DTM in your meeting, or a past president or an area director, and he speaks, some of the guests say, oh, I like this person. Because of this person, I want to pay. That's the way I also joined Toastmasters. Not that I'm coming next month. Instantly, people will pay. If you bring quality guests, you get quality members. And the hey there talks about attainable. I can see yellow card. Thank you very much, timer. Be realistic and then have a deadline to what you are doing. Every month, what do you want to achieve? Make sure the time, before the time is up, you achieve. For example, now you have been told that you must submit your club success plan before 30th of September. A lot of clubs have done. Many clubs have not done. So make sure, some are waiting for September, and we're saying, no, don't wait for September. Before the end of this month, go ahead and do it, right? So you must be timely. Okay, in your club success plan, you look at your SWOT, your strengths, your weaknesses, the traits, and what your, of course, strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and traits. You must work together as a team. As I round off this, leading your club to success means that you will influence actions among yourselves, among your club members. You motivate them, you help them achieve their hierarchy needs, you delegate, find the persons to delegate tasks to, not just delegate anyhow, give them targets, be specific, let them be able to measure what you have given to them, who is doing what for you. Before, maybe say 6 months time, by the end of December, which will have been 6 months, what have you achieved? Have you been able to finish all the educational goals? How many level 3 have you received or have you helped? Just like I was talking to them last night at the chair mentorship committee, maybe I should just chip in this. You need, the VP education is the one that assign mentors to mentees or assign mentees to mentors. The VP education, it is your role to do that. Once you know that, the moment the VPPR, VP member helps you to convert guests, your job is to onboard the new member, and you assign a mentor. And that mentor, of course, will have gone a little bit far. So leading your club to success is essential, and the celebration that you have done what you are supposed to do will celebrate you at the end of June, at the end of tenure celebration. Not just that, even in May, at the district level, you will have been celebrated. Many of your clubs will have this Smedley Distinguished Award, some President Distinguished Award, some Distinguished Award, some Select Award. Success is attainable if you lead with influence. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope with this few points of mine, I've been able to impact you this morning, even though there is no slide. Thank you very much, timer. Any question? Thank you, moderator.
Yes, thank you, distinguished Toastmaster leader, Joseph. Please, a round of applause to our distinguished personality and leader. You know, they're saying that when you're good, you're good. Even though he had a network challenge, that didn't deter him. The presentation went smoothly, as if we were looking at the slides. Well done, sir. We will come personally for tips on how to handle tradings like this. Thank you very much, sir. Please, the floor is open for brief questions. If there is any, you can either send it on chat box or raise your hands. Okay. Okay, I think we don't have any questions, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Your session has been truly impactful and insightful. We now know how to effectively lead our clubs to success and achieve the ultimate goal of excellence. Thank you very much, sir. Before I invite the next trainer, please let's kindly check the chat box and fill out the evaluation and attendance form. Is very important. Please, club officers, ensure you do that. I'll post it right away. There are some questions posted by the chair herself. Kindly respond on the chat box as well. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on now, I will be inviting our next presenter, who is another distinguished personality. She joined Toastmasters International in the year 2010 and has since served in several impactful leadership roles, including club president, division director, district logistics manager, club mentor, club coach, and conference chair for the District 94 conference. Her journey reflects a deep commitment to leadership, mentorship, and the transformative power of communication. Professionally, she is an accredited management trainer, a team-building expert, an expert trade consultant with strong interest in advocacy. She has provided consultancy services for international development agencies, such as the USAID, GIZ, and the UK FCDO. She continues to leverage her Toastmasters experience to inspire others, enhance her influence, and contribute meaningfully to both professional and community growth. Fellow Toastmasters, join me as I welcome our next trainer, distinguished Toastmaster Titi Ojo, who will be taking us on club officer roles. My leader, ma, over to you. The virtual lectern is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon. So I have the same problem that Olu Joseph is having. So I'm about to ask him whether he's using the Airtel router or something, because I've had a session this morning and it was smooth. This is my second webinar and I have one at 3. So it's a back-to-back already for me. And suddenly this Wi-Fi just disappeared from my laptop, suddenly. So I have to use my phone. And I've done all in my power to get it to see it again and it's not. So I really don't know what that is about. We probably are on the same frequency right now, on the same network. But Zoom Master, I hope my slides has been sent to you. Am I?
Yes, ma'am. I'm about to share it.
And I hope it's the latest one because I know I sent you. The second one is the most updated.
Yes,
so I have to thank you for, okay. So I'm using my phone right now and I have it set up and then I have my laptop as well so that I can also flow with the slides right in my front.
I forwarded the latest one.
Oh, okay, excellent, my DTM. Thank you so much. I will be very fast with this though, because I have another session starting very soon. And I'm hoping that it will be as impactful as it can get. So we're talking about club leadership roles this afternoon. And I was able to catch a bit from DTM Sonye's session and a bit from Olu Joseph's session because I was also avoiding sitting down for too long. Currently, I can't do that. Today, we're looking at our roles and we're looking at how to ensure that we play our roles at the best, give our best to the roles that we are playing so that our clubs can succeed. Because if we play our roles well, it leads to club success. And when I heard DTM Olu Joseph talking about the club success plan, the fact is, it still comes down to that club success plan. It still comes down to the club success plan. And when we sit together to design the club success plan, we begin to see how each club officer plays a role in that success plan. So when it's membership, retention, membership, getting members, more members, then we know this is the officer that should have it. This is your role as a primary role, while others can support. When it comes to knowledge of the club and people get to know what you're doing, then we know we're talking to the PR, the VPPR, and then every other person begins to see how are we going to support the VPPR. So these are very important conversations we're having today. My session objectives first is that we'll examine each club officer's role and how the roles contribute to club success. And we're going to reflect on the significance of club officer roles in members' achievements and determine how each club officer role connects and why there must be synergy. Please, Zoom master, because I also have my laptop on my laps here and I'm going through. Once you see where I am, just move to the slide, okay? All right, so yes, we're about to dive in. Of course, we all have our roles, right? I don't need to ask you again, but just for the sake of being sure that you know the club officer roles, can you tell me what the club officer roles are? Yes, can you type it in the chat box? Let me be sure that we know. What are the club officer roles in Toastmasters? Yes. Let me see if I can get everybody. What are club officer roles? Yes. I need you to type, and in case you can also speak, but whichever way, I need to read from you so that it's not a one-way street this afternoon. So what are the club officer roles in Toastmasters? Yes. I've not seen anyone type in. Club officer roles. We're familiar with it, of course. I didn't need to ask the question, but there's a reason I've asked this question. So I know the active ones right now in this room. The club officer roles, yes? Is anybody typing? Because I don't seem to see anything. Can you all hear me? Let me just be sure. Okay. So VP PR, club president, yes. That's just two of them. Secretary, yes. VPM, that's the membership. Yes, excellent. What else? Treasurer, yes. Who else? Treasurer, VP membership, secretary, club president, yes. Vice president, sergeant at arms. I was waiting for that because that's almost the most important role in your club. Sergeant at arms, okay. So there's one role we did not put as a club officer, and that's the immediate past president, because he still remains a club officer actually for 1 full year, and he provides direction as well. It's part of what Toastmasters has tried to do in terms of succession planning, knowing fully well that the immediate past president also has a lot to contribute to the success of the club based on his own experience for the past 1 year. Okay, so excellent. We've been able to pick that up. So president, let's quickly run through these roles, and I have some questions at some point. Okay, so the role of the president, you set the tone for the club. You set the tone for the club. And I heard DTM Olu talk about it earlier. And when we say you set the tone for the club, what does that mean? You are you are a pointer, you are a role model to a very good extent. You are the one that ensures that whatever you expect your club to do, or in whatever way you expect your club to succeed, you also are a model of such. So if you're talking about clubs that are punctual, you shouldn't be the one that is late for every meeting. You're talking about cooperation, communications, good communication. You should epitomize that. Very important. You set the tone. And the tone as well is setting the vision for the club. Because as it were, you are the driver, you're in the driver's seat. So you set the tone. Where do we want to be after this year? At the end of 12 months or 10 months into this year, where do we want to find ourselves? It takes us still back to the club success plan. Where do we want to be? So you as the president, you set the tone for the club. You also provide helpful, supportive leadership for all club activities. And you have to take note of that. Helpful, supportive leadership for all club activities. You might not be the VPPR, you might not be the VP membership, you might not be the sergeant at arms, but you still have to support every one of them to ensure that the club runs well. And of course, you're providing helpful, supportive leadership. And even internal programs, external programs, you still have to provide that supportive role. It's very important as a club president. You cannot say, well, this does not concern me. No, you can't do that. You motivate, you make peace and facilitate as required. So even within the club, there may be issues where there may be conflicts. As a club president, you make peace. You resolve conflicts. That's what leaders do. If there's a situation where you need to facilitate an activity or facilitate a resolution or facilitate even a training or whatever it is as required, your role also is to facilitate. You motivate your club members to a higher calling. It's absolutely important. Many club presidents have actually inspired their members to a higher calling. That is what we expect club presidents to be. That's who we expect you to be. So you can tell here that being a club president is not just by title. No, it's like we always say that leadership is a burden, and there's a burden of leadership. You step out and you show up. It's very key. Then you must try to show respect for all members, even when they do not agree, when you do not agree with them. Yes, because many times our opinions too may be at variance with other people, members of the club, but you must strive to show respect for all your members. There's nothing as a foolish idea. Respect says, I will listen to you first, and then I can respond. Seek first to understand, and then be understood. What's that principle in is one of the laws. And it's very important to understand that respect for the individual, you must show it even if you do not agree with them. It's something you have to learn. In Toastmasters, we learn through action. We learn through these roles that we have been given. And if you can learn through these roles, really, you become a better leader even when you're outside Toastmasters. And of course, you have to stay current on all new developments. There's a leader letter that gets sent to your emails. There are announcements that are published from time to time on the Toastmasters website. As a club president, you have to be in tune with all of that because you have things you are going to get, information that will get to you on time, and you can feed that into your club. And there's so much information that goes out from Toastmasters International. Sometimes there's a new nomenclature that's going on. There are times there are activities. There are times there are campaigns. There are times where they're trying to encourage us for maybe membership drives. But a lot comes out from Toastmasters. And from Toastmasters International, it percolates down to every club in every country where Toastmasters is present. So you have to stay current on all new developments via this leader letter. And I know that even as a member, we still also receive those letters. We also do receive those letters. But then you are the driver, you're in the driver's seat. So ensure that you're up to date with these things. So the next is the vice president of education. In fact, for many years, I always said the VP education is just the most important in this field. Because members join Toastmasters and they have targets, educational goals. And if educational goal has a lot of work is goes on the VP to ensure that members achieve goals. So of course there are two pillars of this program. No, you want to bring that and leadership goals. As the VP education, you have because what is the person? So as VP education, you schedule members, speeches, and projects. The essence of scheduling this thing is important because many times we are all in the motion. We're busy at work, we're busy with family, we're busy with pursuing our career, a lot of us pursuing higher degrees. So if we're not careful, we are really being faced with so much pressure, and all these activities are asking for our attention. So as a VP education, if you are very active with supporting members to schedule their speeches, to schedule their projects, ensure that at least they keep moving, I think is a good thing. So I did a training at Gotney recently, and one of the staff of the bank spoke to me about that it's not about Toastmasters. She has known about Toastmasters for so long, but she keeps thinking that the heaviness of her schedule at work was going to get in the way of achieving what she would have set up to achieve when she joins the club. And honestly, right there as we're standing, I told her, we only meet twice. I told her we meet twice a month. She didn't know that. She just thought maybe it's also like an everyday thing. I said, no, we only meet twice a month. And each meeting is 2 hours. And then if you work with your club executives or your VP education, they can also help you to structure how you give your speeches, and at least you're not behind on a couple of things. And I told her, you don't have to give speeches at every meeting because there are people giving speeches, just to let her know that it's not so much of a pressure like she was thinking about it. But the VP education, the ExCos generally have a role to play in helping members to also enjoy the experience, not to be under pressure, but even at the beginning, see that, oh, I can still cope with Toastmasters and with my job, my career, and still do well. So VP education, if you're on point with your scheduling your member speeches, reminding them, or just getting to even know their goals, why they joined, and supporting them through that journey, right, and holding them through some of these activities, it is a big deal. And you serve as a resource for questions about education awards, speech contests, the mentor program. It sits on your table. You serve as a resource for these things. So that also means that you should be very knowledgeable about education awards and how these awards are earned. I say this because I see some people join Toastmasters International. So they're so oblivious of these things. They're just coasting along, coming for every meeting, clapping hands, and just listening to other people's speeches and laughing their day off. But they don't even understand the structure of how this education award works. They don't even know. They're just coasting along. Whenever they get to speak, they speak. If they don't want to play leisure, they don't play it. I have people like that. And when it's the last minute, they're like, oh, really? How come I did not know? And I'm telling you this because it's from experience. So as a VP education, that enlightenment is very key for you. And your resource, of course, speech contest, letting them know these are the speech contests for the year. This is what qualifies. And these are the people, okay, when the speech contest is closed, ensure you're also trying to groom the people already who is going to represent our club and all of that. And of course, the mentor program. That is very, very important, okay? So you must be a very resourceful person, very knowledgeable, please. VP education, it goes just beyond coming to meetings and just scheduling meetings. You must be a big resource. Then you're an important source of Toastmasters knowledge for club members, as I've said. So be familiar with every aspect of the Toastmasters education program. It's some work, but it's worthwhile for you. The good thing is that when you go on the Toastmasters website, there's so many materials there. Try to just digest them. You will know so much about Toastmasters, VPE, president. And I dare say that there's still so much about Toastmasters that we do not even know. And until you begin to dig into it, you'll never know it. That the policy aspects of Toastmasters that some of us have never opened a page of forever since we joined Toastmasters, even after many years. So at this Toastmasters VP, Vice President Education, you should also go beyond even these things I'm talking about. You should understand the organization where you belong, because members can ask you some questions. The same with the president. Can ask you questions about the organization. And the more information they get, the more they are interested in being a member of this organization. So important source of knowledge, VPE, okay? Take note of that. All right, so I move on with this. The next on the agenda will be the VP membership. VP membership, you promote the club and manage the process of bringing in guests and transforming them into members. Now in Toastmasters, membership is so important. It's so important. It's so important because a club must have a minimum number of people. But the truth is, year in, year out, members leave. And as they leave, we need to replace them. It is what it is. In a moment of truth, if you have done the moment of truth, you'll see that members leave for so many reasons. Some change their location, and that's why they leave the club. Some get some alternatives to Toastmasters, and they pick it. Some just get so overwhelmed. Maybe a new role has happened and man, they can't just even cope, and then they decide to just stay up for a while. Some generally just want to do some introspection about why they're in Toastmasters. So they take the year off to go and think about their life. And in some cases, they said at least about 1% will die and they will no longer be a member of this club. And that's a fact. Yesterday, I was going through my Toastmasters files, really, and I saw a lot of late Toastmasters. Truly, it was quite emotional for me. Quite a number, like 5, and they're already late. And I was like, wow, we've lost people, truly. But VP membership, you keep providing that equilibrium. As people are leaving, we need to get more people to come in. So you manage the process of bringing in guests and transforming them into members. Because every day, a guest, at least there's almost no club I've been that there won't be a guest. I've not even seen that in a long time. Every meeting I've attended, there's always a guest. So how do we convert the guest into a member, VP membership? You need to learn the strategies of doing that. How do we convert our guests into members? How do we follow up to make sure they can stay? After telling us after the meeting that, oh, I really enjoyed my time here. We tell them to tell us how they felt. And then, oh, this is great. Some will even tell you, I'm going to be a member of Toastmasters. They said it 10 years ago and they have still not joined. And we don't think it's very important to even follow them up. So this is very key. Transform them into members. You have to initiate contact with those guests. Make them feel welcome. Provide them with the information they need to join. Some would leave the club meeting without having any information, and that would be our own loss. Because by the time they are done, you should be able to speak to a guest and say, oh, this is the process of joining. This is where you're going to benefit from joining. And let them see the benefits truly, why they should be back here. VP membership, you have to develop those skills. And as a VP membership, you have to be social. You have to be a social person. You must be a social person. I've seen VP memberships are not social, and yet that's the reason why they can't really retain relationships. We need to be very deliberate about the people who put in these roles. If you ask me, I know in Toastmasters, we feel we have this funnel kind of, and so we have everybody lined up, and the next person goes up after this next person. But the fact is, there's some roles here that you need people that are really good with relationship building, that are really, really good in convincing people to take decisions. We need, and if you happen to find yourself in this role, build that skill, build that skill. We need to also see, as VP membership, you need to be appraised on guest retention. We barely do that because it should be a KPI for a VP membership. How many guests came in this year? And how many ended up becoming members of our club? It should be a KPI for you, a key performance indicator. And if that is a KPI for you, then you will take it very seriously. Because we also want to transform our guests to members. And of course, maintain a constant influx of new people into your club. I know you might not be able to do this by yourself, and that's why the synergies are necessary. So while we're doing the PR and people get to know our club, they come in, there's an influx. Yours is to maintain it. You can even tell someone, and let me tell you that someone may come for the first time to your club meeting and may not be interested in joining that one time. It's like also someone buying a product. Many times we bought a product after like listening to the advert for like 20 times, then we now decide to buy. Because at the first instance, I'm still looking for more data, something more convincing. So even when someone comes as a guest, encourage them to come again. Because that guest may end up becoming a member eventually. After coming for a few meetings, then he sees, oh, I think there's a need to be part of these people. So that's why we also follow up guests. And we don't just face them with, you have to be a member or something. Yeah, you can still come back. Feel free to come back. But of course, you are following up on how they've made their decisions after a while. So some people don't just join immediately like that. They need evidence. They need to see how this club works. They need to be embedded in it to be like, okay, I think this is really what I need. So this is very important. Then, of course, you should attentively monitor membership levels, work with the rest of the executive committee about how to overcome membership challenges when they occur. Because you might have membership challenges, of course, and there are issues around that. Your location may be a challenge. Some things in the club may be challenging as well. We've talked about club quality. We've talked about some other issues of the day when it comes to quality club meetings. And it could be just that you observed that maybe that's why people are not coming back. So whenever you observe, attentively monitor these things and be able to raise it with the executive committee and see how we can solve them so that at least our guests find our club meetings, endearing. All right? So I have a picture that follows the slide. And this is just some guys this is a Toastmasters meeting. And you can see they call it fellowship. And fellowship is one of the things we have in our moments of truth, right? There are times we put fellowship at the beginning, sometimes we make it the end of it. And it's important that this happens. That the VP membership should be able to have a conversation with at least 2-3 people before they leave, if they're your guests. Very amiable conversations, greet them with a smile. If possible, you can exchange your contacts with them. It's okay. You can call them up later in the day and tell, how did you find the meeting? Have you thought about joining the club? Okay, and that is very key. Okay. So VP membership is something you need to take on very seriously. Then let's go to VP Public Relations, Vice President Public Relations. Your role is to promote the club to the local community and notify the media about the club's existence and benefits it provides. Now, yesterday when I was preparing this slide, I just went online and I just said Toastmasters clubs in Abuja, and I saw a lot of our flyers there, so that was really great. Another thing I thought about was, well, maybe it's images I was looking for. Perhaps there are videos there as well. I don't see testimonials though, but VPPR, that could be something you want to look at because you promote the club into your local community. And local community may also be events that happen within the local community. I had thought about this at some point where, people, well, I know we're a non-profit and we're not charging anybody, for example, but can we even put Toastmasters as collaborators on some community events? Many of us have collaborated with our companies for events as simple as what Yali and all that. And all we want to do is just put our logos on their banners so that people will see that we exist. Can we begin to think about that in Toastmasters? How can we also say we are supporting the cause in our communities so that it shows that we exist? Who was I talking to recently? Where was I? Why can't I remember where I was, oh Lord? But I know I spoke to someone and said he's never heard of Toastmasters. And the person is in this Abuja. I was like, my God, what happened that you have not heard about us? But you can imagine if Toastmasters decide to be we're not saying business here, but you just want your logo to show, oh, we're supported by Toastmasters community as communicators. It's part of visibility, honestly. Even running a program that is sponsored by the Toastmasters community as about communication, convincing a radio station, for example, to give us slots for a number of weeks so that we can put some shows on air. And every day we finish, people know it's Toastmasters that come to speak at those kind of, on-air events. We need to really think about a VPPR. So you have to promote the club to the local community and notify the media about the club's existence and benefits it provides. How do we leverage the media in our midst? We only leverage media when we have events. I noticed that's the only time we have Toastmasters articles even going in the newspapers. But do you know that we could actually put Toastmasters articles in a newspaper? We can even have a column in a newspaper. And even this current soft sales. And it's a column from Toastmasters that keeps talking about speaking and communication. So PPPR, they're not going to do that alone. I feel that PR should have a small group or committee within the club, truly. And then there are people that come into your club. I don't know if it's only Joseph that's talked about it. That sometimes you don't even know the members in your club. There might be media people there that can push Toastmasters gospel out there. Then, of course, your work is to update web content and safeguard the Toastmasters brand identity. And safeguarding Toastmasters brand identity is very key because people are prone to just use colors, the Toastmasters colors loosely, use the logos loosely. So you have to safeguard that. And whenever you see anything that is against that, you need to correct it immediately and continue to educate your club members about the brand. Then, of course, you notify the club whenever you notify media whenever the club does something trustworthy. We've done that, or newsworthy. So when we do conferences and all of that, yes, you see our news we see our news out there, which is okay. You find yourself also writing news releases, creating and distributing flyers, which is a skill as people that you must possess. If you don't know it, get help. You need to write news releases. You can even have a blog you run and you're talking about Toastmasters. Creating and distributing flyers, maintaining the club's presence at various key places on the web and in the community. I don't know whether we have flyers, but we need to use flyers to promote Toastmasters, VPPR. I know I have ordered quite a number of things for Toastmasters. Well, on the traditional program, we ordered manuals, we ordered all sorts. So I think I still have some old flyers in my house. Not old, but flyers that I ordered with all the packages I've ordered. I've ordered flyers. They have it. When we go for events, we can also put our flyers there. And some picture us, oh, I've been hearing about these Toastmasters. Who is here? We could secure a desk in events too. And it's just a Toastmasters desk. And people come in and say, what's this Toastmasters event? Or this Toastmasters, what are you all about? And there you are delivering a pitch that can get a few people to join your organization. So please check it out. I know there are flyers, branded flyers from Toastmasters that you can even purchase as a club. Very key. And of course, maintaining our club presence is absolutely necessary. In the area of writing, learn to write. Even you as a PR, do you post Toastmasters articles on your website, on your social media? Do you post on your Facebook pages? Do you post on LinkedIn? Even you as a PR, what do you do around that? Tagging other members will be great so that people that follow other members are seeing those write-ups. I've had one or two people that joined Toastmasters because of a post, something I posted. And I've even mentioned her name. She's so active right now in Toastmasters. She saw a post and then she buzzed me and said she wants to join Toastmasters. I was very happy about that because she read a post on Facebook. And now she's doing so well in Toastmasters. She takes Toastmasters very seriously. So I don't know who is reading. VPPR, while you try to also put the gospel of Toastmasters out there and write news releases and all that, encourage members to also post information about your clubs and what you do. Then, of course, you have to stay current on all developments. That's very important as well. the leader letter, the Toastmaster magazine, announcements published in Toastmasters website. As a VPPR, Toastmasters magazine, many of us don't even read it. I'm telling you, because it's not that I read all the time. When I see a magazine, if I have the time, I just scroll through Toastmasters magazines, and I notice that, hey, they're really, really good articles there. And truly, there are really good articles in Toastmasters magazine. Very, very good articles that even club officers will find very important for your roles. People sharing their experiences. Very important. You can showcase your club in Toastmasters magazine. I'm sure I posted something recently. My article was featured in this August in the Toastmasters magazine online. And honestly, I've always wanted to feature an article there anyway. And I've noticed that we don't really have Nigerians writing articles in the international newsletter. So for me, this year it was a target. And I sent 2 articles. I checked because when I read a particular newsletter, one of the newsletters or magazines, and I saw, yeah, if you have anything, whatever, if you have an article, write to these people. And I followed the instruction. I sent the articles to them. After 3 weeks, somebody wrote back and said, oh, we love the articles. We want to pick one of that. The one where you were the conference chair. We love it because this will help other people that are planning district conferences. There are things to learn from this. And then I went on a journey of working with the editor to edit it to suit what they really want it to look like. So I'm saying, as a VPPR, you need to read those newsletters, those magazines. You need to pick things that will inform you. You might even want to share that with club members. You might want to tell them, you know what, grab the copy of today and read article so. You know, we need to. The magazine is not produced every month for the sake of production. We also need to be looking at it. So Toastmaster magazine, the announcement, you are also expected to follow through. All right. So the next slide I have here is a picture of myself. So I was a member of Cayuga Toastmasters in New York, Cornell precisely. That was when I was a Fulbright scholar at Cornell. But then I came back 4 years later. That was just 4 years after, because I had a family vacation. I said I was going to spend it I'm going to visit Cornell for about a week. And I had someone that hosted me there, my kids. And one of the things I did before I went, I contacted that club again and told them I'll be coming and I would like to give a speech there. One thing I observed that they did, which really, really was good, was they publicized that event and they said they had a guest coming from Nigeria. And indeed, there was a meeting before that meeting that I went for. And the person I met there, because I was also delivering a speech for Humphrey Fellows that were the new batch for the Humphrey Fellowship in Cornell. And somebody looked at me that day and said, when I mentioned my name, he said, oh, okay, you're the one coming to speak at Cayuga tomorrow. So I said yes. He said, he's not going to miss the meeting. I found that very interesting. And the people you see standing with me here are excos that when I was there 2014-15, and they're still there in 2019. Connie, the elderly woman in pink, she's still my friend till tomorrow. We're still hoping we're going to catch up again after a while. But I love what they did. They publicized the event. And they had people that visited the club that day because a guest was coming. So we can do that too. We can invite special guests to our club's PR. And then put out something, say we are having this special guest and speaking about this in our club on Saturday or Sunday or whatever day you meet. And you find people coming to the club because of that. I'm just giving you some tips, but you can think through that after this meeting. So the secretary, let's go to the secretary very quickly. What does the secretary do? The secretary maintains all club records, manages club files, handles club correspondence, takes the minutes at each club and executive committee meeting. The role of secretary globally is the role of a secretary. A secretary takes minutes. A secretary takes notes. A secretary manages files. And it doesn't change when it comes to Toastmasters. If you learn secretaryship in Toastmasters, you probably will be able to do a lot when you're outside Toastmasters. Truly, managing correspondence and writing very well as well is a hallmark of a good secretary. You're in charge of updating and distributing a roster of the current paid membership and keeping the club officer list current at World Health Quarters. That is your role. And I'm hoping you are seeing it, because if you are not performing these roles, some of us, it is the president that is performing these roles because we don't even know our left from our right. So this is me reminding you that updating and distributing a roster of the current paid membership is part of the things you do. When it comes to who are the people that have paid, the secretary should be able to provide the details. And of course, you are keeping that list current at the World Headquarters. Some clubs combine secretary and treasurer, actually. But it's good if you have a dedicated secretary. And the essence of having a dedicated secretary is for these functions. So it's because some of us feel secretary role is just, what's the secretary role really? What is the secretary doing? My dear, the secretary has a lot of work to do, Toastmasters. And that's why we say that we can keep it separate from treasurer, really. So that secretary focuses on secretaryship, builds skills to be a good secretary. There is a club of attendance. I'm not sure if it's Toastmasters, is it Unity? But I doubt it was Unity. That after every meeting, the secretary would always send a minute of that meeting. I found that very interesting, actually. After every minute, he will capture the proceedings. What happened in this meeting today? Who said what? Who did what? What were the highlights? It's quite interesting. Sometimes we don't think minutes are important, but minutes are evidences as well. Minutes are evidences that show that certain people met on a certain day and they had these conversations. Minutes may capture attendance. So you can say these are people that attended today, these are the number of guests. The secretary can also profile all of that. So secretaryship is also a big deal. It's also a big deal. And the secretary can assist the VP education because if he has all the roles of people giving their, talking about membership, so she can work with the VP membership and you can work with the VP education as well. You can assist them because there'll be information that the secretary would have that these VPs would need. So take note of that. Sorry, there's someone eating something in the block behind my block. Sorry, I hope he's not. It's distracting me though, and I hope he's not getting in our way on this. So that's the work of the secretary. How many secretaries are in this room? I've noticed that, I've observed that the role of secretary is so important. Hey, God, I don't even know where to start from. But the role of secretary is very important. Just take that from me. In addition, club president and secretary are the ones voting during the annual business meeting at the world headquarters. So you can see that your role is very key. If you know this, you will know what you should be doing. One thing about Toastmasters, and I really need to say this, is that we learn by doing. And if you play your role to the best of what is expected of that role, you would have learned something new, something important. Even if you don't know how to write so well at the beginning, they say this secretaryship, I'm going to pick up writing skills. You'll be shocked that by the time you're done, it is all that is required. I've seen people from being just secretary taking notes at meetings. They have assumed very higher roles in bigger projects. And I know this because this is even happening in my space right now, where one of my mentees is now getting a major role because she has always worked with me, doing minutes, providing communiques and all that. And somehow she's now being sucked into the project itself. And she'll be earning at least about 2 million every month. And I mean 2 million naira on just capturing minutes. Capturing minutes and writing communique. Can you imagine? I found that very interesting. And that taught me something, that whatever you do, do it well. Do it well. It might just be something somebody is looking for, by all means. And because they see you do it, you come highly recommended because you've shown it. And if you've shown it for 12 months consecutively, if anybody is looking for someone that can really write and they've seen how well you do, your name will be top of mind. So take it very seriously, even in our clubs. Don't trivialize it. Then comes the treasurer. You are the club's accountant. You manage the club's bank accounts, writing checks as approved by the executive committee, if we still use checks, depositing dues and other club revenues. I remember I met one treasurer in the bank some time ago. I won't mention her name too. And I said, what are you doing here? And actually, she came to deposit dollars, I guess. It was a BDC. And then I came to change some money then. She said, well, she was up to the payment of dues thing. She was trying to get maybe some exchange. So I was like, hey, well done. I just told her, well done, Sharon, greeted and left. But as I was going, I was like, wow, there's work to do in Toastmasters. She's had to leave everything to go to the BDC that day. You manage the club's bank accounts, okay? That's very key. You're also in charge of submitting membership renewal dues to world headquarters, accompanied by names of renewing members. You have to file tax documents, if any. You have to keep timely, accurate, up-to-date financial records for your club. How many of you do that? Up-to-date financial records. If today somebody says, treasurer, can you give us up-to-date financial records? Do you have it? As a treasurer, that is your role. It is your role. Who has paid? How much have they paid? Everything that relates to that, it's your work. Up-to-date financial records, okay? But the last statement I had, maybe the next statement says, Though the treasurer's duties are usually not the most demanding of all the club leadership positions, the consequences for members can be serious when they are not completed accurately and on time. Because if we have an accurate financial record and you keep timely records of renewing members and those that need to renew and those that are coming in, what they are paying, it helps us to also structure, as part of the club success plan, paying members, very key. How many members have paid within the Toastmasters year? It also helps us to understand payments within every dues cycle. So this is very key. It might look as well, my own is just to be the accountant and manage the records. Maybe not so important, but if we miss on those details, it can actually be very costly for us if we miss out on those details. As well, you need to stay current on new developments and announcements as published. Now, the sergeant at arms. Those days, we used to think sergeant at arms is like the smallest of them all. But over the years, I've come to realize that the sergeant at arms is the most important. Because when it comes to first impression, sergeant at arms plays a major role there. Very key. So someone comes in to your room, the room is not well ventilated, the organization of the room that day, programs are not ready. It's just a lot of disorganization. I'll likely not come back, except I really just want to come back to this club. So our sergeant at arm role is so important. And that sergeant at arm also tracks physical property, the banner, the lectern, timing devices, other meeting materials. You arrive early. If a sergeant at arms that arrives late, you have failed in your role. So think about it. You should arrive early, prepare for the meeting for members, and you stay late to store all the club's equipment. So you're not in a hurry. See what I'm saying? You arrive early and you close late because you have to clear up the place. You need to store all the equipment away. You need to be there to welcome people from the door. Prepare meeting place for members. The hall is set. People are coming in. That's your work. And you see how important it is? In fact, it's the most tasking if you ask me, honestly. But how many of us play this role the way it should be? And I mentioned this earlier, you're in charge of the meeting place, obtaining a new space when necessary, maintaining contact with people who allow you to use the space. Very key. So people that allow you to use the spaces you use, you should maintain contact with them. If once in a while you even step in and you drop by to say, oh, thank you so much for this space. We truly appreciate it. Many times we take for granted the people that give us spaces. We don't even go back to them to say thank you from time to time, or invite them for special events, or give them slots in our meetings so that they also feel that we appreciate what they're doing. This idea is coming to me as I'm even speaking. And when we have in a situation where we have events, those are times we should recognize people that have supported us. A meeting venue is a great support. Imagine if a club does not have a meeting venue. The club will cease to exist except it wants to do its club meetings online. So people that give us venues, they are special. They should be treated as such. Okay? And there are days that, yes, things change. Something happens suddenly, and then we can't use the meeting venue for that day. It's your role to know that ahead of time. At your best, at least, at best, a day before, confirm with the meeting space to be sure that we're good. Are there any issues in the space? So, because someone could tell you that, oh, overnight they had a power problem, so there's no electricity in the building. These are things you need to know ahead of time, so that we don't get there the next day and realize that we'll be having our meeting in the darkness. Or we get there and realize that the key to the room we're about to use is missing. A day before or 2 days, you'd have found out whatever it is and you'd have made alternative arrangements. You play a role during business meetings, speech contests, other special club events. You notice that even in a speech contest, Sergeant at Arms is the one that leads people out of the room, right? So you escort potential new members outside of the club meeting place. You can walk them just to the end of the stairs and say, thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Of course, in speech contest, you stand at the door. So your role, you have in fact, somebody posted and said, the Sergeant at Arms is the engine room. And you are so correct. You're extremely correct. You are the engine room of the club, even though it looks as if they are the least role. No, you are not. If the sergeant at arms does that work very well, we can actually retain guests. It's a fact because of the first impression. And of course, sergeant at arms, you stay current on all new developments, definitely, as it comes. So this was one of the halls we used one time in a school, and I really loved the setting there. Actually, that's why I used this picture. It was just really beautiful. And the seats just looked so comfy and all that. Certain at times that may be quick. Sometimes you can actually have alternate spaces that if there's a problem right now, I can quickly contact these other people and can get a space. So please be up to date with these things and be up to it so that we're not stranded if the case may be. Now, I spoke about the immediate past president. The immediate past president is to provide advice and counsel as requested by the club president. We're not saying you are the president, you are the immediate past, and for succession as well. You play an advisory role, a counseling role as requested. Club president is expected to contact you, perhaps to meet something along the way. Is like, how did my predecessor handle this thing? She'll feel very free to talk to you about it. This is what I noticed. What did you do it? What advice do you have on this? And in that case, you have to expect help. You have to provide helpful, supportive leadership for the club activities. Because you're now ex-president doesn't mean you won't be showing up. Because you have a role to play. In the club meetings, you notice something that is not going well. You can also provide counsel around these things. And of course, you understand that when your club succeeds, you also have a role to play in there too. Because you are there to provide that advice and counsel. So that's very key. You're a member of the club executive committee and you can vote on any matter discussed. And of course, you show respect for all members. And I'm saying you show respect because some will say, well, I'm the IPDD now, I'm higher than all of you, I've paid. And then you decide to just look down on a few people because they have not reached where you've reached now. What we're saying is you show respect. In fact, a core value of Toastmasters is respect, and that respect is for everyone. The high, the mighty, the lowly, respect cuts across every one of us. So as the IPP, you are not coming on the parts that, oh, I'm higher than you now, and I can force things down your throat. No, you have to provide advice and counsel when requested, and to ensure that the club succeeds, because we expect that you're lending your experience to the new leadership of the club. All right? So I've come this far, and I would want to ask some questions. But just to know whether we are all together, can I hear your voices? I need to hear your voices, actually. Either your voices, your thumbs up. How have you found this so far? Your thumbs up, your voice. Now I will have to run a bit
It's
from
been
now.
amazing. It's been
So
amazing.
interesting and enlightening.
Very, very interesting.
Very insightful, interesting.
Highly informative.
Thank you.
Should be once in a month, every month should be once. In every month.
So if I'm to ask you a question right now, and the question is, as a club officer, you have just heard the roles I've put out there. I've just told you about the roles. If you're going to rate yourself with the roles, where will you put yourself right now? I'm not saying after this, as before now, from what you've done and what you've learned and how you've understood this role, how would you rate yourself? Let's see. The VPPs in this room, the VP memberships, the secretary, the sergeant at arms in this room. If you're going to evaluate yourself right now based on the things you have just learned, how will you rate yourself over 5 on a scale of 0 to 5? Because it's also good to be very open to yourself. If you rate yourself a 3, it only means that the rest of this year, you're going to make sure that you move from 3 to 5 over 5. That's what it means. It means that if you are 1, if all you have seen is one side of this room, and you have not seen all the rest of this side, and today you are seeing the remaining 4, then you're like, wow, I need to step up from 1 to 5.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
sorry to thank
Yes.
you, DTM, Titi Ojo, for a fantastic job. But time is up, and I can see some people are disconnecting. So we would like to close. Yes, and thank you. Thank everyone for your presence and for all
please,
the lessons.
I think my final words, as we move on, let's improve, because that's the only way we can build success. Okay? So thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, DTM Ojo. This is really important, what you just stressed, because we can't go back to our clubs without knowing the roles of each member and how we can support. This is instrumental to the success of our clubs and the district. Because everything we did to this morning, according to the status that I had, people are very happy about the enlightening, impactful, interactive, and conducive lessons that we learned this morning. We are very happy, and I'm grateful to all the trainers. And when I talk about the trainers, I have in mind the first speaker, who was Zinem Zarwak. And let's congratulate the last speaker.
Jesus, you are muted, ma.
So that is on right. That's
okay. You are muted, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that thank you to DTM GT Ojo, who was the last one. Your session was great, and we learned so much about it. I also had all the trainers who went through. We had Zinem, who started in the first place. It gave us a very enlightening session. We then came DTM, Dami Lare, and we had also an impactful session. Then we had DTM Sonia Alana, and this woman is just a pleasure to follow. And very interactive session, very interesting. And then we had DTM Olu Daisi. Olu is worried about the technical problems, but leave this. You did a wonderful job, a very impactful job, and we are grateful to you for being part of a team. And finally, as we said, thanks to all the trainers, but I can't finish, please don't go. I can't finish without thanking my timer, Fred Ogbole. Please put your hands together for him. I can't finish without thanking our Zoom master, who was not just a Zoom master, he was a superman today. He played the Zoom master, he played the moderator, he did almost everything. And there is one piece of information that I would like to share with you. Let's come together and sing happy birthday to this special guest. And this is Umar Garba, our Zoom master. This is his birthday today. I'm not asking him to tell me how old he is. He looks so young to me. So please, everyone, let's sing happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Somebody are
It's my
laughing because
birthday
I don't have a nice
too.
voice.
It's my birthday too, Dorothy.
Oh.
I'm celebrating today.
Happy birthday, mate.
Happy
Both of us have the same birthday. Fantastic.
Happy
So
birthday
let's
to you
send
too.
out. Yes, let's send out.
Happy birthday.
Yes.
Wish
Happy
you long life and
birthday.
prosperity.
Emoticons for you. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so thanks everyone. I'm really grateful that you came. But what I'm looking for is go back to your sites. You have gathered enough lessons now. And when you go back to your sites, put your knowledge into practice. Apply them. Because this is the only way you can improve yourself for your personal development. And you can also drag people with you and influence them and help them become transformed. And this is the only way for us to live from performance to excellence. And excellence requires quality, and training is part of excellence. Training is number one and is going to drag everyone into the other sections so that we will perform better. So I wish everyone a successful learning and a nice weekend. You have worked so hard, but I'm grateful to every one of you. Have a nice weekend and stay blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you very
Enjoy
much.
the rest of your day. I appreciate the celebration as well. Thank you all.
Happy birthday, Pa.
Yeah,
Thank you very
and
much, Ma.
Virginia.